Chapter 1840. Late at night, in the dark basement of Fuyuki's house, a woman covered in a dark robe had her limbs bound by thick chains, and her body was covered with strange insects as thick as an adult's arm. Opposite her was an old man in a kimono, who looked a little strange and looked like a modified creature, the old immortal Masanori Tachibana and his grandson, Tachibana Shinji. "Grandpa, do you really want me to be her master? She just killed Almond," Tachibana Shinji said with a face full of fear. Almond's full name was Tachibana Almond. After Tachibana knew that he couldn't get Sakura, after some twists and turns, he found a mutant girl in an orphanage. As for the so-called mutant, it was a general term for people with outstanding magical aptitude who suddenly appeared when there was no magician in the family. It was similar to those wizards who were born in the Muggle family in the world of Harry Potter. After the girl was adopted, Tachibana carried out the transformation of the sea of insects on her like how he treated Sakura Tosaka in the original work. The result was a success, at least the girl survived, but in terms of spirit she completely collapsed. She could only smile like an idiot. But what Tachibana didn't expect was that this little girl, who had completely become Tachibana's toy and fertility tool, would be chosen by the Holy Grail and become the master, which surprised Tachibana. But since the girl became the master, Tachibana, who was still interested in the Holy Grail, naturally wouldn't waste this opportunity. He immediately decided to perform a summoning ritual for the girl in the basement after some preparations. Under the guidance of spiritual magic, the girl mechanically chanted the spell. After completing the summoning ritual, her heroic spirit was summoned. That is, the black-robed girl who was now surrounded by chains and the sea of insects. Servant's assassin. Just as the master was mentally abnormal, the assassin summoned was not an ordinary person, but a female assassin who couldn't inherit the name of Hassan because of the fear, and jealousy of the church in history. 100 Faces. A fanatical Icelandic believer. As soon as she appeared, she decisively killed her master, Anri Tadatsuki, and attacked the old man who accompanied Anri Tadatsuki. However, Assassin didn't expect Tong Zongyan's existence to be so strange. The moment she made her move, the Tong family's inkstones suddenly scattered into a pile of insects and escaped from her attack. Then, he used the insect magic and the Tong family's unique warlock that could deal with heroic spirits to detain her when she was about to escape, resulting in the current situation. "Don't worry, I've already put a warlock on her, she won't be a threat to you," Tong Zongyan said in a kind tone. It was as if he was really a grandfather who loved his grandson. "Really?" Shinji Midori still said with some hesitation. "I've already given you a choice. As for whether you want to inherit her and participate in this Holy Grail war, it's all up to you. That's all I can do," Dirty Inkstone said faintly. Hearing this, Tong Shinji's expression quickly changed. He really wanted to participate in the Holy Grail war. After knowing the existence of magic, Tong Shinji had always wanted to become a magician, but he couldn't. His body didn't awaken the magic circuit at all. Therefore, he couldn't even perform the simplest hinting magic normally, which had always been unacceptable to him as a genius. Therefore, after hearing about the existence of the Holy Grail and the Holy Grail War, he had always fantasized that he could be chosen by the Holy Grail, become the master, command the servants to participate in the battle, and win the final victory. The scene of using the Holy Grail to fulfill his wish. "Okay, I'll inherit her." After a while, Tong Shinji said while gritting his teeth. "But Grandpa, you know I don't have magic, so Grandpa, you must help me," Tong Shinji pleaded. Of course, you are a descendant of my Tong family after all. If your performance in the war is too bad, you will lose face of our Tong family, so don't worry, Grandpa will help you," Tong Zongyan said with a smile. Phew! Hearing Tong Zongyan say so, Tong Shinji exhaled a long breath and relaxed. At the same time, a proud smile unconsciously appeared on his face, his eyes shining as he looked at the girl assassin who was surrounded by insects crawling in front of him. "Come on, Shinji, start signing the contract." Looking at Tong Shinji's performance, the corner of Tong Zongyan's mouth rose slightly, and he reminded him. "Oh, okay, Grandpa." Tong Shinji, who came back to his senses, quickly agreed. Then he saw the crowd quickly spread out, climbing down from Assassin's body, spontaneously crawling into a strange magic array under the command of a consciousness, surrounding Assassin in the center. "Take it, go in." Tong Zongyan raised his right hand slightly, and handed a bug crawling out of his sleeve to Tong Shinji. Tong Shinji reluctantly took the bug and stepped into the magic array. Then the next moment, the insects burst, releasing a huge amount of magic to activate the magic array, blooming a bright white light, enveloping Assassin and Tong Shinji who was standing in it. Fortunately, this situation didn't last long. Only 5 or 6 seconds later, the light curtain trembled slightly, and suddenly exploded, turning into endless photon particles that gradually melted into the air of the basement. "I've become a master. I've become a master. I've finally become a master." In the basement that became dark again, Tong Shinji looked at the command seal that appeared on the back of his hand, then raised his arm in the air, and said loudly with excitement, "Hee hee." Tong Zongyan, who was standing on the side, laughed strangely. "Grandpa, I will definitely win this Holy Grail war, then become a magician, and let the Tong family regain glory in my hands." After a while, Tong Shinji turned to look at Tong Zongyan, full of confidence, or it could be said that he was proud of himself. "Hee. Okay. My old bones are looking forward to your performance," Tong Zongyan said softly. Deep in the mountains of Fuyuki Town, an Eastern-style castle was located inside. And in this ancient castle full of mutant fruits, there were 2 big and 1 small women living here. At this time, in one of the rooms, there was a woman with a calm expression. She was wearing a white long dress with a large spade chest ornament that looked like a poker card on her chest. She was wearing a round hat with all her hair stuffed into it, with only 2 strands of curly hair sticking out from the side. She was with a girl in purple pajamas with silver hair hanging down her back. They seemed to be chatting about something. Of course, it was said to be chatting, but in fact, it was the little girl who was talking, and the older woman was just listening. "Lily, I saw a scholar today. He's not cute at all. I really don't know why father would rather stay with him than come back to Einsteinberg to see me." The silver-haired girl was lying on a wide bed that was enough for 2 people to share. Her legs were half bent, and she was gently kicking up and down while looking at the books placed on the bedding in front of her. And from the information in these words, it wasn't hard to guess that this girl was born in the Einsteinberg family. Her father was the new generation android of Wei Gong Qiejin, the little holy grail of this world's Holy Grail War, Elias Sophie von Einsteinberg. As for the speechless woman standing by the wall who looked like a maid, she was the defective android of the Einsteinberg family, Ligerit. Together with the other android, Scylla, who wasn't in the house, she was responsible for Elias's daily life and safety. And the most hateful thing is that that girl doesn't recognize me at all and even called me a little girl. Doesn't she know that I'm the elder sister? Elias turned over and sat on the bed with a face full of indignation. She looked at the silent Ligerit and said angrily, "Elias, if you need, I can help you teach her a lesson," Ligerit said. Her voice was calm and emotionless, making it impossible for one to discern her true intentions. "No need. That girl should have completed her summoning and become a master. That way, I can use Berserker to teach her a lesson. When the servant she summoned is killed by Berserker, I think her expression will be very interesting." Elias had an innocent smile on her face like a child's, but the words that came out of her mouth sent chills down one's spine. "By the way, Lily, how's the investigation of the other masters coming along?" Elias, who finally remembered the proper business, asked. "It's still under investigation. Currently, there isn't any accurate information. Ligerit replied. Is that so? Then forget it. Just pay attention to Wei Gong Shiro's information. If there are any new changes to him, remember to inform me immediately. Elias pondered for a moment and instructed. Okay, Elias. Ligerit replied. Then, Elias didn't say anything else. She turned around and climbed back onto the bed, lowering her head to read the book in front of her with interest. At the same time, in Sei Ito's apartment, Castor Medea suddenly got into Sei Ito's room in the middle of the night. I'm setting up a position at Ryodong Temple, Medea said to Sei Ito straightforwardly. Why? Sei Ito, who knew that there was another Go-Mu Soichiro living in Ryodong Temple, raised his eyebrows and asked. Chapter 1841. P.S. Thank you to Nikfini, Sacred Knight, Potato, and Big T Bowl for their precious monthly votes. Thank you to Potato for your reward. Congratulations to Halcyon for becoming the first master of this book. I would like to thank Halcyon for his support for this book. Above. Although your magical supply is sufficient, the speed is still too slow. Ludong Temple, on the other hand, is different. I've used magic to investigate it, and found that it's a place of heavy spiritual energy. It's where the spiritual energy of the entire city lies. If we set up a base there, I'll be able to gather mana faster. Then, I'll try to forcefully summon someone through the loophole in the Holy Grail system, and add another combatant to our side, Demetrius explained. After all, whether it is me or Ryder, we don't have enough noble phantoms to kill the enemy. After that, Demetrius looked straight at Sei Ito, waiting for his decision. In fact, if you want to gather magical power as fast as possible, it is not the only option. Sei Ito was silent for a few seconds, and then said in a faint tone. Although you can also get a lot of magical power by plundering human life, that kind of behavior is too conspicuous, and it is easy to be caught by other monsters. Castor subconsciously thought that Ito Sei's method of gathering magic was to plunder life, so he refuted without hesitation. There were a total of 3 ways to obtain magic power for a perverted Revant. First, it was the first one proposed by Castor. By finding spiritual energy nodes and arranging fortifications, they could slowly gather magical power. The speed of gathering mana was determined by the node of the spirit vein and the quality of the spirit vein. The good ones would be faster, and the small ones would be slower. However, no matter which one it was faster than simply absorbing mana from Master. Second, it was the life-plundering method mentioned in Castor's refutation. In the magician's world, magicians believed that magical power was a substance converted from human life force. The magic circuit was just a switch to open this process, and the fact seemed to be true. So as long as they were willing to let go of morality, they were not afraid of being troubled by the Magic Association and the Church after the event. It was also a good choice to plunder human life on a large scale and obtain magical power in a quantitative way. Even for monsters who had the attribute of acting alone, this was even more so after they were free from the Master's control. The only way to stay in this world for a long time. As for the end, it was the most traditional way of replenishing mana, which was to say, a sexual exchange between the two. There was an exchange of bodily fluids. This was because, according to the magician's knowledge, the secretion of a magician's body, especially the male sperm, was a highly concentrated product of magic. As long as the method was correct, it could become a portable magic potion. At least in the Magic Association and the Alchemy Department, this achievement was indeed reflected. There were indeed a lot of small amounts of magic potions made from unknown sperm that were secretly circulating, but they were not on the surface. After all, not many men or women were willing to drink something made of that stuff, even if they were magicians who could be classified as outliers. I'm not talking about life plunder, Sei Ito said in surprise. Hearing Sei Ito's words, Castor was stunned at first, then his face became ruddy. He lowered his head slightly and said shyly, Although I have signed a servant contract with you, I am free. If you force me, I will not agree. Of course, so I want to hear your opinion now. Do you want to use the exchange of bodily fluids to accumulate magic power? I don't want to boast, but in terms of the quality and proportion of magic power conversion, my stuff is definitely at the top of the world. Even the spiritual power in the heavy spiritual body is not comparable to it, Seito said proudly. Although this sounded a bit weird and shameless, the fact was that it was the case. The matter that flowed out of his deified divine body was converted into magic power in this world. That was equivalent to converting from high to low. After diluting and releasing it, it would become a rare high magic substance in this world. It was a matter of course. Even further, if Seito used the technique of double cultivation, it was not impossible to directly touch the wheel of suppression with Castor. Castor's face was flushed. He bowed his head and played with the corner of his clothes, but he didn't agree. You want to say that she agreed, but she never spoke, and there was no suitable expression. But if you say that she didn't agree, she didn't immediately refuse, or directly get up and run away, it was really confusing. Maybe she was also hesitating and tangling, right? I'm going to get something to drink. Seito, who didn't say anything, got up and said, then walked past Castor, came to the door, opened the door, and walked out. Boom! Then, the door closed gently. Seito, who left the room, walked through the corridor and stepped on the stairs to the living room. However, a person who was rarely seen in the living room appeared in the living room, sitting on the sofa, thinking about something with a sad face. Xian Yuan. Seito greeted. Oh, it's you. Xian Yuan was stunned at first, but after seeing Seito, she said, What's wrong? Seito asked strangely. Nothing, it's the same old problem. Xian Yuan sighed. Information about the true ancestor. Seito, who was going directly to the kitchen, walked to the sofa, sat down on the armrest of the single sofa, and looked sideways at Xian Yuan, who was sitting on the long sofa, and said, Yes, without the information about the true ancestor, I can't reverse the source of the birth of the Death Apostle. If I can't find the source, I can't find the corresponding solution, and naturally, I can't find a way to cure myself. Xian Yuan said with some annoyance. Don't worry, I've been paying attention to the news about the true ancestor. I'll inform you as soon as I hear the news. Seito stood up, moved to Xian Yuan's side and sat down again. He naturally reached out and grabbed Xian Yuan's hand, gently rubbing it while softly comforting her. You've been saying this for 2 years, and I haven't seen any real progress. Xian Yuan pulled her hand slightly, but she couldn't pull it out. Also, you took the opportunity to take advantage of me again. Seito chuckled, still shamelessly playing with Xian Yuan's hand, and then said, Well, you know, whether it's the Knight of Valesia or the true ancestor, they are all guys whose whereabouts are uncertain and difficult to track down. What's more, the power I can use is not as good as the Church and the Magic Association, so it's normal for me to waste some time. You know, even the Magic Association and the Church, who are better at tracking down heretical information than us, haven't been able to find traces of them. I know, but forget it, I've waited for so long anyway, so it's not a big deal to wait a little longer. At least staying with you, I can conduct research and rest in peace. I don't have to run around and hide, and I don't have to worry about when I'll suddenly become a vampire and cause trouble. It's not bad. Xian Yuan sighed, then glanced at the hand that Seito was playing with and at Seito's face, and continued in a light voice, Of course, it would be better if a certain guy could stop harassing me. I should go back and continue the experiment. Xian Yuan stood up and said, Well, don't be too tired. After all, that kind of thing can't be figured out in a day or two. Seito brought Xian Yuan's hand to his mouth, lowered his head, and kissed it, then let go of her hand and said. Xian Yuan glanced at Seito angrily. While wiping the back of her hand that had been kissed with her other hand, she walked in the direction of the laboratory and said, "I'll be careful. Don't forget, although I haven't completely become a vampire, it's a fact that night has become my main activity time. Even if I want to change it, it's impossible." After she finished speaking, Xian Yuan disappeared from the room. Seito shrugged, stood up from the sofa, turned around, and walked to the kitchen where he was originally going. He went to the refrigerator, opened the door, and took out a few cans of low-alcohol beer. Then he closed the door with his foot, turned back to the second floor, and returned to his room. But at this time, Demetrius was no longer in the room. "Tsk, did she run away?" Seito curled his lips and said regretfully. Then he stepped on the door, walked to the desk, and put the cans of beer on the desk. Then he picked up one of the cans and opened it with a pop sound. While drinking the beer, he walked to the window of the room and opened the window to enjoy the night outside. "I wonder how the construction of the fleet is going after so long." Half an hour later, Ito-sei finished drinking 3 cans of beer. He walked to the bed and threw himself on the bed. Just like that, he took off his clothes and rested. Nothing happened that night, and the next day went smoothly. In the morning, except for Xian Yuan, who couldn't stand the sun, Demetrius, who had an unnatural expression, and Medusa, who had been silent the whole time, had a very lively breakfast with everyone. Then Sakura Tasaka and Here greeted everyone, and left the mansion with the spiritualized Ri, and went to the campus. For a time, the originally lively room was only left with Seito, Demetrius, and Liz and Baifei, who still seemed to be sleep-deprived. "I have a part-time job in the afternoon, I'll go back to sleep first." At this time, Liz and Baifei stood up, yawned, and turned around to walk to the bedroom assigned to them. "Sleep after eating. Be careful not to become a pig." Seito watched Liz and Baifei leave and joked. "I won't," Liz and Baifei said indifferently, and then disappeared at the corner of the stairs. Seeing this, Seito withdrew his gaze and turned to look at Demetrius, who seemed to be fine on the surface, but unexpectedly gave people a feeling of restlessness. I'll go back too." Seeing Seito's gaze on her, Demetrius quickly got up and said. Chapter 1842. "Wait, Demetrius." Just as Demetrius was about to leave, Seito quickly said. Demetrius stopped and lowered her head, not daring to look at him. "Am I that scary?" Looking at Demetrius in front of him, Seito smiled bitterly. "You are a heroic spirit, Castor, the strongest magician in the world. Even the ancestor of Death Apostles can't win against you. What can an ordinary person like me do to you?" Demetrius lowered her head, her elf-like pointed ears were slightly red, and she didn't speak. "Well, I'm not here to talk to you about mana replenishment." Seito was speechless for a moment and sighed helplessly. Although he knew that Demetrius was sometimes shy in the original work, but most of the time she was a black-bellied, sinister and cruel witch. How did she completely become a shy girl when it came to him? It seemed that the lethality of mana replenishment was not ordinary for Demetrius. "I hope that Medusa won't become like Demetrius," Seito secretly said in his heart. Then he said again, "Demetrius, I remember that you have a talisman that can break 10,000 spells, right?" "Yes." Hearing Seito's words, Demetrius finally recovered from her shyness, and looked up and said seriously, "You mean?" "Then," she said thoughtfully, "yes, I plan to use the effect of your talisman to add a trump card to our side." Seito nodded and admitted, "My magical power may be a little bit lacking." Demetrius frowned slightly and said, "N." Seito looked at Demetrius and raised his eyebrows. "With my current magical power, using a talisman that can break 10,000 spells can indeed tamper with a servant's contract and let him come to our side, but then I will fall into a state of insufficient magical power. At that time, not only will I not be able to let the new servant become a complete body to fight, even I will lose most of my combat power." Demetrius explained. In case the other party is a servant with a high magical power attribute. Although it won't be enough to escape the binding of the contract, to prevent the other party from resisting, it will also require a high magical power, and I don't have this condition now. In other words, everything is still a problem of magical power. Ito said softly. Yes. Demetrius confirmed. Then what do you think? Ito timely asked. And very cunningly, his words were very ambiguous, to make Demetrius subconsciously think of the idea of magical power absorption plan. Whoosh. Sure enough, almost as soon as Ito-say finished speaking, Medea's cheeks became rosy again, and she lowered her head shyly. This time, he immediately stood. And immediately stood, he stood to and walked to stand. He strode over to Demetrius and reached out to grab her chin. Then, he gently lifted Demetrius's head. As her gaze shifted, Medea's panicked gaze started to wander left and right. Ito smiled, lowered his head and moved closer. The two of them were getting closer and closer, and their lips were about to touch. At this moment, Demetrius's eyes widened slightly, and she looked up while breathing heavily. It was obvious that Demetrius had made a decision in her heart. Seeing Demetrius's reaction, Ito's expression became even brighter. He lowered his head and sucked on Demetrius's lips without hesitation. He skillfully used his tongue to pry open Demetrius's lips and teeth. His tongue entered her mouth and tangled with hers. Ugh! Subconsciously, Demetrius let out a low moan from her throat. A few minutes later, the two of them separated. Let's go back to our room. Ito looked at Demetrius and said softly. Demetrius blushed and lowered her head shyly, but she didn't say anything to reject. Seeing this, how could Ito not understand that it was a tacit agreement? He smiled silently, reached out and held Demetrius's waist, and walked her back to his room. Soon, the two of them arrived at Ito's room. Clack! Bang! Ito walked into the room, closed the door behind him, and locked it. Then, he walked to the bed with Demetrius in his arms. Ito stood by the bed and lowered his head to look at Demetrius in his arms. He lowered his head again, opened his mouth and sucked on Demetrius's lip. While kissing her gently, he slowly lowered his body and put Demetrius on the bed. Top, skirt, underwear. Piece after piece of clothing was taken off Demetrius's body. In the end, all that was left was a naked Demetrius in front of Ito's eyes. Her skin was abnormally white, without any blemishes or scars. Even her pores were hard to see if one didn't pay close attention. It was as perfect as a white blemish. It was incomparably smooth to the touch, as if a layer of milk had been smeared on it. It made one unable to put it down. Her breasts were round and full. Under the cover of the shy Demetrius's arms, they were even more alluring, making one want to look and play with them. Her lower abdomen was flat and connected to the bottom. Finally, it was embellished by long and narrow purple grass. Her legs were straight and crossed. Her toes were sparkling and round, making her look very cute. Her eyes were slightly closed, her face was crimson red, and her short purple hair was naturally spread out. Under the sunlight coming in through the window, her whole body emitted a gentle glow. It made Demetrius look just like her ears, like an elf. After admiring Demetrius for a while, Ito no longer hesitated. He quickly took off his clothes, making himself similarly naked. Then he turned over and pressed Demetrius's body again. He lowered his head and kissed Demetrius again. Demetrius, it's time to start. After a moment, Ito said softly in Demetrius's ear. Hearing this, Demetrius nodded her head. Soon after, accompanied by a sudden muffled groan from Demetrius's mouth, a burst of intense squeak, and a woman's low moan echoed in the quiet room. At this time, outside Fuyuki City's Suichu and Gakuen. Good morning, Tenosaka-senpai. Good morning. Tenosaka-senpai, good morning. Good morning. Rin, good morning. Along the way, there were many female students from Suichuan Gakuen who were also wearing Suichuan Gakuen's uniform. Her long black hair was tied into 2 ponytails by 2 hairbands. Her posture was noble and elegant, and her whole body exuded the aura of a rich young lady. And she, Rin Inaka, was indeed a rich young lady. After Seito took over the management of the Inaka family's business from Yen Feng Chili and gave it to the manager hired by Yasuzo Asakami, Rin Inaka's family business quickly increased. She was no longer in dire straits like in the original work, so she could spend a lot of money to collect gems from all over the world and practice her family's gem magic. Now, although Rin Inaka's mana and other aspects were similar to the original work, she had many times more gems than the original work, so she could use her gem magic extravagantly. Sister. Just as Rin Enosaka was using her elegant etiquette to deal with the surrounding girls, a gentle voice rang in her ears. Sakura. Rin Inaka stopped and turned to look at Sakura, who was walking with Shire. But when she was about to say something, she suddenly frowned and looked at the empty space next to Sakura. At the same time, Sakura also looked at the empty space next to Rin Inaka. Sakura, it seems like my lack of care caused a lot of things to happen to you. Rin Inaka looked away and sighed with a complicated expression. Sister, Tosaka, Sakura called out nervously. Wait for me after school, I'll go with you to see that guy. Rin Inaka said firmly. Okay, Nagasaka, Sakura replied weakly. Raise your head, stick out your chest, don't forget the Inaka family's teachings. Rin Inaka frowned as she looked at the weak Sakura. The Inaka family's teachings were to maintain elegance at all times. And what a pain in the ass. Yes. Sakura quickly straightened her back. Okay, I'm going back to class. Wait for me at the school gate after school. Rin Inaka said. Then she turned and walked back into the school. No matter how many times, I still don't like you as my sister. After Rin Inaka left, Shire said, What kind of attitude is that? Do you have to be so arrogant? Sakura smiled and didn't say anything. You're always so calm, there's nothing wrong with fighting back, right? If a fight really breaks out, it's hard to say who will win. Here lectured as if he was exasperated at the failure to meet his expectations. Okay, Sister Shire, it's just that my sister has too much on her shoulders. Don't mind her, okay? Sakura smiled at Shire. Yes, you're so gentle. I don't care about you anymore. Shire said unhappily and walked toward the school building. She had said this to Sakura more than once, but when the time came, Shire still couldn't help but lecture Sakura. It couldn't be helped. The two of them had spent too much time together, almost as much time as Rin and Sakura spent together. She had long since treated Sakura as a family member, a younger sister, so she didn't want to see her being bullied. Behind him, Sakura Tosaka smiled and quickly followed him. Not long after they entered the teaching building, the bell that signaled the start of class rang above the campus. The students who were walking leisurely outside immediately sped up and ran toward the school building. Not long after, the entire street in front of the school became empty. Then, after another 10 minutes, another bell rang, and the day's classes officially began. Chapter 1843. How do you feel? Great, right? Seito, who was lying on the bed and playing with Demetrius's white breasts, said with a proud smile. Demetrius replied softly with a red face. Seito didn't expect Demetrius to actually reply to his teasing words. He laughed and stopped teasing Demetrius. You should have enough mana now, right? After a pause, Seito asked softly. Yes, it's enough. Demetrius said happily. Speaking of which, Demetrius felt a little incredulous. She really didn't expect that Seito wasn't exaggerating at all. The mana contained in his item was really beyond her imagination. Just a single conversion was equivalent to more than a third of her total mana. Although it wasn't as rich as the mana she had expected to absorb from a large spirit vein, the quality was much higher and purer than that method. It was also easier to absorb. She converted it into her own mana reserves without any loss. This way, I can try to use the loophole in the Holy Grail system to summon another one. Demetrius said softly. I'm afraid it's not that simple. Seito sighed. Don't forget, it's been a long time since the Holy Grail chose the suitable ones. The 7 masters should have already summoned the corresponding colored ones. Even if you can use the convenience of your class to pretend to be a magician and forcefully summon them, you might not be able to successfully summon the 8th colored one. Hearing that, Demetrius frowned. She became silent. That's why your talisman that can break all spells is even more precious, Seito said with a smile as he lightly pinched the cherry on Demetrius's chest. Feeling the slight pain on her chest, Demetrius snapped out of her thoughts. She blushed and glared at Seito. Then, have you chosen a target to steal from? Demetrius asked. Yes, I have. Seito nodded slightly and confirmed. Since we're going to fight for it, we'll have to fight for the strongest one. That's why I'm going to grab the saber of the rogue to make up for our lack of attack power and decisive power. The strongest swordsman, saber? That's not a bad choice, but where are we going to find her? Demetrius was puzzled. You don't have to worry about that. I already know where Saber is. We can make a move on her and her master at any time. Seito laughed confidently. If that's the case, then let's go with your plan. I will do my best to cooperate with you. Demetrius looked seriously into Seito's eyes and said, I know. Ito-sei lowered his head and kissed Demetrius's lips with a chuckle. Then he turned his body again and pressed Demetrius under his body with a low cry. Once again, he exchanged bodily fluids with her. Let me help you replenish your magic power. Then, creak, creak. The creaking of the wooden bed and the female's suppressed yet excited moans echoed in the quiet room. Ring, 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 class dismissed. Wah, along with the noisy ringing of the bell. The class for the day was over. After the teacher gave the order to end the class, the students immediately started to pack up their belongings. After a minute or so, the students began to walk out of the classroom one after another, heading towards their respective departments. Some walked back to their homes. At the same time, Rin Enosaka picked up his backpack and walked out of the classroom from the back door. Sister. Sorry, it took me a while to pack up. Rin Enosaka saw Sakura standing at the door and thought she had been waiting for a while. Yeah, I just got here too. Sakura Tosaka shook her head slightly. Is that so? Rin Enosaka said, Let's go. Sister, I still have club activities to attend. If you're not in a hurry, can we wait? Sakura hesitated. Rin Enosaka frowned when he heard that, but he immediately relaxed and sighed. All right. By the way, what club are you in? Archery Academy, Sakura answered. The club that Sakura is in? Rin Enosaka was surprised. Yes, Sakura said. I see. Then I'll wait for you at the archery club, Rin Enosaka decided. Then, Rin Enosaka and Sakura went to the Archery Academy's field at the back right of the school building. Ling, why are you interested in coming to my place? A short-haired girl in an archery uniform and exuding a valiant aura was surprised to see Rin Enosaka walking in with Sakura. Senior Sakura. Sakura bowed. I told you not to be so formal, Sakura. Just call me Sakura. The girl called Sakura waved her hand. There's something I need to do here. You don't mind, right? Rin Enosaka asked. Of course I don't mind. If the guys in the club know that you're here, they'll be very excited. It'll help increase the attractiveness of my club, Sakura said with a smile. Then, Sakura bid farewell to Sakura and Rin Enosaka and went to the changing room to change into their archery uniforms. Sakura brought Rin Enosaka to the training hall. In the dojo, more than a dozen boys in archery attire were standing in a row with their Japanese longbows drawn, ready to shoot. At the same time, a dozen or so girls were gathered around a young man with blue seaweed hair, listening to the young man lecturing the boys in the front row. Look at your posture, it's so ugly. Are you sure you know how to hold a bow? Smack. You're raising your butt too high. Are you selling your butt? Don't shake your arm. Look, you didn't hit the target, you idiot. Not again. Sakura, who was accompanying Rin and Osaka, couldn't help but raise her hand to her forehead and complain when she saw the situation in the training hall. As the leader of the archery academy, aren't you going to do something about it? Rin and Osaka looked at his friend in surprise. I am, but it's useless. It's still the same. Because of this, many club members have recently applied to withdraw from the club. It's very difficult for me. Why don't you help me? Sakura tilted her head and suggested to Rin and Osaka. Forget it, I don't want to talk to that guy, Rin and Osaka said politely. However, as soon as she finished speaking, that hateful voice suddenly rang in her ears. Oh, isn't this Rin? Have you finally realized my charm and decided to pursue me? The seaweed-hair young man raised his hand to stroke his hair and said naturally. Sakura shrugged and showed a helpless expression. Can you stand a little further away, Zamato-san? I don't really like being so close to you. Also, please don't address me so intimately. I'm not that close to you. Please call me Enosaka, Rin Enosaka said with a slight frown as he leaned back slightly. What, Enosaka? Zamato-san frowned. Don't you understand? Then I'll put it simply. I'm not interested in you, Zamato-san. I'm only here because I have something to do today and will be staying here for a while. It has nothing to do with you or my sudden interest in archery. Do you understand? Rin Enosaka said in a harsh tone. What? Zamato-san's face contorted as he was humiliated in front of everyone. As he shouted, he violently stretched out his hand. Rin Enosaka gently stepped back to avoid it. But after seeing you, I suddenly realized that my previous decision was a little wrong, so I'm leaving, Zamato-san. Although it's okay to be too self-conscious, it's better to have a limit. After he finished speaking, Rin Enosaka turned around and walked out of the archery academy. Right at this moment, Sakura Enosaka, who had changed her clothes, walked out of the changing room and bumped into Rin Enosaka. Sister? Sakura Enosaka asked curiously. I'm going back to the classroom. Look for me there after you're done with your club activities, Rin Enosaka said. He then walked past Sakura Enosaka without stopping and gradually disappeared under her gaze. Damn it! Zamato-san, who was ignored, threw the longbow in his hand onto the ground and cursed angrily. Then, he didn't stay in the dojo any longer and strode out. When he passed by Sakura, he bumped into her, intentionally or unintentionally. Look at this, Zamato-san said as he glared at Sakura Enosaka. After saying that, he continued to walk out without looking back. After a while, he disappeared from the training hall. Sakura, are you alright? Ling quickly walked to Sakura Enosaka's side and asked with concern. I'm fine, Senior Ling, Sakura Enosaka smiled and shook her head. Ignore him. I don't know what's wrong with him these past 2 days. He wasn't originally like this. Ling sighed. Sakura Enosaka nodded and turned to look in the direction where Zamato-san left. She then looked away and returned to the training hall with Senior Ling clap, clap, clap. Alright, everyone, focus and start practicing. Girls over there, don't just stand there. Hurry up and practice. Ling clapped her hands and said with the aura of a leader. Yes. The members of the Archery Academy responded in unison. They then organized the order of their practice and started their archery practice. After practicing in an orderly manner for half a day, the Archery Academy ended the club activities at dusk. Sakura Enosaka changed her clothes in the changing room and greeted the others. She then returned to the teaching building and found Rin Enosaka, who was sitting in the classroom in a daze. Sister, Sakura Enosaka called out from the classroom door. It's finally over, Rin Enosaka said. She then stood up from her seat and picked up the black leather bag on the table in front of her. She then left the classroom with Sakura Enosaka and walked towards Sei Ito's villa. Chapter 1844. P.S. Same old question, send it first and then change it later. There are fewer words this time, so it can be done at around 12:10. Rin and Sakura walked silently on the road to Sei Ito's mansion. When did you become master? After a few minutes, Rin Enosaka couldn't help but ask. About 10 days ago. Sakura thought for a moment and replied. 10 days ago? Rin Enosaka stopped in his tracks and looked at Sakura in shock. Is there a problem? Sakura was confused. Then do you know what it means to become master? Rin took a deep breath and calmed himself down. Command color and fight against others. Sakura recalled what Ito-sei had told her about the Holy Grail War, as well as the fact that she had been the master twice. She replied hesitantly. So you know. I thought that guy didn't tell you anything, Rin sneered. Sakura opened her mouth as if she wanted to say something, but in the end she closed her mouth and remained silent. Rin looked at Sakura and suddenly stepped forward. She touched Sakura's face and said softly, Sakura, listen to your sister and give up. The Holy Grail War doesn't suit you. I'm sorry, sister, I can't agree to that. Sakura shook her head with a determined expression after a moment of silence. Because of that guy, Rin frowned. Sakura didn't say anything and silently agreed. What's so good about that guy? You're willing to give up your life to go crazy with him? Rin said angrily. Sakura still didn't say anything. Rin looked at her like a tiger that wanted to eat a porcupine. He couldn't do anything and couldn't get angry. Forget it, I'm not going to talk to you about this. I'm going to talk to that guy. Rin snorted angrily and walked forward. Behind her, Sakura Tosaka followed silently. After walking for more than 10 minutes, the two of them arrived at Ito-sei's villa. They used the key in Sakura Inaka's hand to enter the villa. Sakura! The door opened. A happy smile immediately appeared on Shir's face. He opened his mouth and shouted. However, when he saw Rin Tosaka following Sakura into the house, his expression changed and he said calmly, Why are you here? Where is Seito? I want to see him, Rin Enben said bluntly. As soon as she finished speaking, Seito's voice rang out in the room. Long time no see, Rin. It's rare for you to come here to see me. Ito-sei smiled as he walked down from the second floor with Demetrius. Rin Enben frowned slightly. He looked at Demetrius, who was walking down the stairs behind Seito. Because just now, the spiritualized archer told her through telepathy that he was also a pervert. With the addition of the hidden pervert beside Sakura, Ito-sei's side had two perverts. They had gained an absolute advantage in the war. However, despite his heavy heart, Rin Enben didn't forget his purpose in coming here. Why did you let Sakura participate in the Holy Grail War? Then why can't Sakura participate in the Holy Grail War? Seito, who had already arrived in the living room, asked with interest. Because of Sakura's personality. She's not suited to participate in this kind of cruel war, Rin Enben answered without hesitation. That's your answer? Seito raised his eyebrows and asked calmly. Yes, Rin Enben confirmed. Then let me ask you, how much do you know about Sakura? Seito asked calmly again. Rin Enben frowned and fell silent. Yes, did he really know Sakura? He only knew that Sakura was learning magic from Seito and was living a happy life. However, he didn't know much about her current strength, what she studied, what she did, and what kind of people she interacted with. He was still using his past knowledge to compare to Sakura. How could he understand her? Indeed, Sakura's personality isn't suited to participate in the bloody Holy Grail War. However, did I say that I wanted her to participate? Seito asked again after giving Rin Enben some time to think. Sure enough, as soon as he said this, Rin Enosaka's gaze fell on Ito-sei again. Sakura has lived with me for 10 years. She's the closest person to me in this world. I won't put her in danger. Seito turned to look at Sakura Enban beside him. He reached out and gently rubbed her head as he spoke with a gentle smile. Sakura Enban's cheeks blushed slightly as she shyly lowered her head. If that's the case, why do you want Sakura to participate in the Holy Grail War? Rin Enban asked. Because Sakura is like you and me. She's a magician. Although she hasn't officially stepped into the circle yet, there are some things that she should see. I don't want Sakura to be in danger because of her carelessness. The cruel Holy Grail War is the best place for her to learn. There are schemes, traps, disguises, deceptions, and cruel massacres everywhere. It's enough for Sakura to see the cruelty and cunning of the magician world and learn to be vigilant. Seito said softly. Rin Enban was silent after hearing Seito's words. Because Shi died early and her mother was still alive, she wasn't influenced by Shi to become a selfish magician. However, from other aspects, from the information that Seito and Yen Fengili occasionally revealed in the past, she knew what kind of people magicians were. Sometimes, she even secretly rejoiced that Sakura was learning from Seito, a magician with a human heart, and not some mysterious and dangerous guy. What do you plan to do? After realizing the truth, Rin Enban asked Seito about his plans for the Holy Grail War. Protect Sakura's safety with all my strength. Then, on this basis, we'll defeat the other masters and mercenaries and obtain the Holy Grail War. Seito stated calmly. Rin Enosaka frowned again. But don't worry, since we're acquaintances, I'll leave you until the end and guarantee your safety. Seeing Rin Enban's frown, Seito couldn't help but chuckle. And if you're willing, I can even ally with you. I believe that with our strength, we can completely crush the masters hiding in the dark. A very tempting suggestion. Rin Enban was silent for a moment before she sighed and said, But I refuse. Although this suggestion is tempting, since I know that you already have the advantage, I don't want to let your advantage grow and turn the war into a one-sided situation. Rin Enban raised her head and looked at Seito and Sakura standing together, as well as Demetrius standing on the other side of Seito. Hearing Rin Enban's answer, Sakura's face turned gloomy. You want the Holy Grail? Seito asked with interest. Of course. Rin Enban said proudly. Then I'll give it to you. Seito chuckled. What? Rin Enban thought she was hearing things and was shocked. At the same time, Demetrius also looked at Seito with a confused expression. Of course, Sakura Enban was the same. I don't need the Holy Grail. Even Sakura and I don't need it, so that thing is completely useless to me. If you want it, I can give it to you. Itose reached out and held Demetrius's hand, and said with a look of indifference. How is that possible? Perverts only responded to their master's summons because they desire the Holy Grail. At the same time, masters were also chosen because they have a strong desire. How can there be people who don't need the Holy Grail? Rin Enban said in disbelief. Seems like you don't know enough about the Holy Grail War, Rin. Seito chuckled. That's right, there are indeed perverts and masters like that, but it's not absolute. The selection of the Holy Grail isn't completely based on the magician's desire. There are other characteristics, such as the subconscious needs, the mentality at the time, luck, and other factors. That's why there are people like me and Sakura who have become masters but don't have any desires. Seito explained. Similarly, not every perverted soul desires the Holy Grail. The reason why they would respond to their master's summons and descend to this world is because they can fulfill their wishes here. However, only the Holy Grail can fulfill their wishes. You must understand this point clearly. Rin Enban subconsciously wanted to look at the hidden archer and ask him if Seito was telling the truth. Then I'll give it to you. Seito chuckled. What? Rin Enban thought he was hearing things and asked in surprise. At the same time, Demetrius also looked at Sei-Ito with a puzzled expression. Of course, Sakura Enban was the same. I don't need the Holy Grail. Even Sakura and I don't need it. That's why it's useless to me. If you want it, I'll give it to you. Sei-Ito held Demetrius's hand and said indifferently. How is that possible? Perverts only responded to their master's summons because they desire the Holy Grail. At the same time, masters were also chosen because they have a strong desire. How can there be people who don't need the Holy Grail? Rin Enban said in disbelief. Seems like you don't know enough about the Holy Grail War, Rin. Sei-Ito chuckled. Chapter 1845. P.S. Thanks to 5200-5200-5200, Snow Phoenix, Rose Emperor Wu, Shirley, and Dark Flamelight for their precious monthly votes. Thanks to Halcyon and Disillusionment for their tip. Late at night, behind the Japanese-style buildings on the side of Fuyuki City, there was a large house that occupied half of the street. Accompanied by the sounds of bones rubbing against each other, a group of about 30-odd skeletal soldiers that were as tall as an adult and formed from pitch-black bones appeared outside the house. They were like Qigong experts as they jumped into the courtyard one after another and moved towards the room step by step. At the next moment, two figures rushed out of the room with a whoosh sound. It was a man and a woman. The man was a skinny red-haired youth, while the woman was a beautiful young lady with long golden hair. She was clad in metal armor and held an invisible longsword in her hand. She had a stern face and a dignified expression. They were none other than Saber and her master, Miyashiro. What are these guys? Miyashiro, who was standing in front of the house, was shocked. Shiro, step back, Saber said. Then, he took a step forward and arrived in front of the skeleton soldier. Then, he brandished his sword and chopped it down. Bang! A skeleton soldier was cut into two halves at the waist and scattered everywhere. Even with such a large number of puppets, Saber swung her longsword again. She swept it out. In an instant, a magical light blade flew out from Saber's hand and cut the skeleton soldiers in front of her into pieces. So powerful, one move! Miyashiro exclaimed. No, they're attacking again. Saber, who didn't give up like Miyashiro, reminded him loudly. Damn, where did they come from? Miyashiro said anxiously. While they were talking, more and more skeleton soldiers jumped into the courtyard and gradually surrounded them. Saber was alert and ready to launch a fierce counterattack at any time. However, at this moment, a bright fireball flew toward Saber with a slight whistling sound. Saber, who couldn't defend herself, was stunned. He watched helplessly as the fireball landed on his body. Boom! Saber! Looking at Saber, who was engulfed by the flames of the explosion, Miyashiro yelled. How could this be? Who did this? Then Miyashiro glanced around, looking for the real culprit. Oh, did you die like this? I just wanted to say hello. Then at this moment, a soft and pleasant voice sounded in his ear. Miyashiro's attention was completely attracted. Castor, who was wrapped in a dark purple robe, immediately came into his sight. If Saber, known as the strongest color ant, is only this capable, then I'm afraid that it's impossible. Then this Holy Grail War doesn't seem to be a big deal. Castor chuckled. You are a pervert? The palace guard's expression changed as he spoke. Well, are you Saber's master? What a weak magic reaction, how can you be a master with this level? Castor was surprised. What did you say? Miyashiro didn't know what he meant. It's really sad, although the world is changing. Time is passing, but the magician of this era is only at this level? This is really unfair to Saber. I really should have let Saber be used by me. At least she wouldn't have fallen into such a miserable state. Castor said. Since he put on the robe and put on the cap, Castor's gentleness and shyness immediately disappeared, leaving only the legendary vicious woman Demetrius. Don't get carried away, Castor. At this time, a female voice suddenly sounded, and then Saber, who was unscathed, appeared from the smoke caused by the magic explosion and looked at Castor with sharp eyes. "Do you think this level of magic can really defeat me?" "Oh." Castor pretended to be surprised and dragged out his voice. "Saber, are you okay?" Mia Shiro asked. "I'm okay, Shiro. But you have to be careful, Castor seems to be using ancient magic, I don't know what kind of tricks he will use." Saber reminded him. "It's amazing, you can still be unscathed after being hit by my magic, you seem to have an amazing magic attribute," Castor said. Right magic power?" Wei Gong Shirlang, who was a dabbler in magic, asked doubtfully. "Magic, this is an ability that can resist magic." Saber simply explained, and then confidently said, "I am really confident in this regard, no matter what, so far, I have never been hurt by magic." With Saber's A-rank magic resistance, she could even resist the command incantations of the Holy Grail system, not to mention the magic attacks of ordinary magicians. To Saber, it was no different from being hit by a snowball. Apart from the fact that her vision was obstructed, she was completely unaffected. "Ha ha ha ha!" Castor suddenly laughed. "Want to use these puppets to gain an advantage? Although the number is indeed a lot, it's a waste of effort to use them against me," Saber declared. Then she rushed to the front of Castor and slashed him with her sword. "You won't win, Castor." The invisible blade flashed, and Castor disappeared from her eyes like an illusion. "It's useless to use them against you, but what if it's your master?" With a burst of distortion in the air, Castor, who was still in an abnormal shape, said. As soon as she finished her sentence, Lin Fan's eyes widened. The Dragonfang soldiers, who had been standing still at the side, immediately ran towards Wei Gongshi. "Oh no, Shiro!" At the same time, Saber, who also understood the situation, also cried out in shock. She immediately rushed in front of Wei Gongshi and slashed. With the help of wind magic, a crescent-shaped blade flew out and cut the surrounding Dragonfang soldiers into pieces. "Come and defend yourself, Saber." Castor, who didn't care about the casualties of the Dragonfang soldiers, stretched out one hand and used high-speed magic to instantly cast magic. He said with a teasing smile. Saber didn't speak. She waved her sword and blocked Castor's magic. Huh! The air current created by the magic explosion quickly flew past Saber and Wei Gongshi. Then the Dragonfang army once again rushed towards Seigo Shiro under the command of Castor. Saber raised her sword and slashed, guarding Mia Shiro's body. "Your master is your weakness, Saber." Castor waved his hand and shot several half-moon-shaped wind blades towards Saber, who was struggling to resist. Bang 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 bang, once again, the magic was intercepted by Saber. However, if she kept defending, she would lose. At this moment, a painful cry came from the mouth of Mia Shiro behind her. "Humph! Shiro!" Saber, who turned her head, shouted. Then her figure moved, and with a face full of anger, she smashed the Dragonfang soldiers who hurt Mia Shiro into pieces. "Oh, these Dragonfang soldiers were made by me with Dragonfang. Although their individual strength is weak, their number can be arranged by me. Even an expert like you has to do your best to protect your master, right?" Castor said in a brisk voice. "The master who can't go to the battlefield will only become a burden to you." Crackle! Lightning flashed as several lightning balls hovered above Saber and Wei Gongshi's heads. They were connected by bolts of lightning, forming a lightning net that covered the two of them. Then, the lightning fell and bombarded Saber and Mia Shiro. Crackle! "Shiro, are you okay?" At the critical moment, Saber, who was carrying Wei Gongshi and dodging the lightning bolts, asked. "Ah well, I can still hold on," Mia Shiro reluctantly said. Then, with the help of Saber, he stood up from the ground. "Saber, as long as we defeat Castor, we should be able to solve this group of guys, right? Is there any way?" Mia Shiro asked. "There is, but..." Saber hesitated. "What way?" Shiro quickly asked. Use your noble phantasm, Shiro. Saber replied. If I use my noble phantasm, I should be able to destroy these Dragon Fang soldiers together with Castor. Do you mean, all the enemies? Shiro was surprised. Then, he suddenly thought of something and asked, Wait, Saber, how powerful is your noble phantasm? I'm afraid this area will be scorched. And even the city will be affected. Saber replied. No, I won't allow you to do that. Shiro, who couldn't help but think of the purgatory scene 10 years ago, said in a hurry. But if this goes on, Saber said. I understand you can't fight back for me, right? Shiro said. Then as long as I fight by myself, I can protect myself. How can you do that? That's too reckless, Shiro. Saber objected loudly. Do it, Saber. Shiro said firmly. Although I still don't understand the Holy Grail War, I don't want the people around me to be sacrificed because of it, so do it. You don't need to use your noble phantasm to defeat Castor. Do it. Just hold on for 30 seconds. Saber, who was slightly shocked, rushed to Castor and said loudly, Don't worry about disturbing the enemy. You just need to think about how to survive. The next second, Saber, who was surrounded by a wind screen because of the rapid impact, came in front of Castor and slashed with her sword. The result was the same as the first time. Castor once again disappeared like an afterimage and then appeared in another position. Saber didn't hesitate and immediately chased after him. Oh, even if you try a few more times, however, before she could finish her words, a sharp saber light slashed at her again, and it seemed to have achieved an unexpected result. Oh, it's amazing, it's aimed at the moment of teleportation. This power, it's incomparable. After that, Castor's body turned into a mass of air turbulence with magic and completely disappeared from Saber's eyes, leaving only a broken gem fragment on the ground. At the same time, not far from the building, on the top of a building. I'm sorry, Ching-sama, I failed. Castor apologized to Sei-Ito next to him. It doesn't matter, just launch another attack. This time, we will go straight to Huanglong. Sei-Ito said indifferently. Yes. Castor bowed his head. Originally, she wanted to show off in front of Ito-sei, who had become her man. She was ready to capture Saber with her own strength to prove her value as a caster. But she didn't expect Saber to be so difficult to deal with. She could so keenly grasp the momentary delay when the substitute was casting magic. She smashed the substitute, making the whole plan fail and returned to the starting point. This made Castor very uncomfortable. At the same time, he made up his mind, after getting Saber in his hands, he would treat her well. Let's go. Sei-Ito, who walked to the edge of the building, said. Then, with a leap, he jumped down from the top of the building. Using an exaggerated method that was definitely not something a human could do, he began to run through the night like a heroic spirit, moving towards the Wei Palace residence. Behind her, Castor's body suddenly shrank like a piece of cloth being stirred up and instantly disappeared from that place. After more than 2 minutes, Sei-Ito appeared outside the Wei Gong house. At the same time, with a blur in the air, Castor's figure appeared from it. Continue to use your dragon teeth as bait to lure Saber out. I will take the opportunity to sneak into the Wei Gong house and catch that guy. Sei-Ito ordered. Yes. Castor took the order, then took a step forward, raised his hand and scattered a bunch of black granular objects, and whispered a special spell that should be the ancient Greek city-state's language. Then, in the next moment, those black granules were like magnets that absorbed iron shavings. A pile of black matter gathered from the surrounding void and condensed into Dragon Fang soldiers of various sizes. They jumped onto the ground and moved to the front of Wei Gong's house with a kacha, kacha sound, and jumped over the wall into the courtyard. Almost at the moment when they entered the courtyard, Saber, who had just returned to the house, once again appeared in the courtyard, looking at the dragon teeth soldiers in the courtyard with an angry face. Damn it! Chapter 1846. Whoosh! The sword flashed. Bang! The dragon-teeth soldier's body broke and fell to the ground. Saber moved and slashed at the other dragon-teeth soldiers. At the same time, the shadow on the courtyard wall kept jumping, and the dragon-teeth soldiers were added to the courtyard one after another. "Castor, don't hide, come out and fight with me," Saber said loudly after slashing a dragon-teeth soldier. He, Saber, you must be crazy. You are Saber, the strongest swordsman, and I am Castor, a weak magician. Don't you think your request is ridiculous? Castor's voice echoed in the night sky. Do you think you can hurt me with these dragon-teeth soldiers? In your dreams, Saber said loudly after slashing another dragon-teeth soldier. Indeed, my dragon-teeth soldiers can't hurt you, but as long as they can hold you back. Castor joked. What? Not good, scholar. Hearing Castor's words, Saber's expression immediately changed. She turned around and rushed into the house. Castor, it's too early to say that. Fortunately, I moved fast enough, otherwise it would be troublesome. At this moment, Itose, who was clutching Wei Gong Shiro's chest with one hand, pushed Wei Gong Shiro out of the house and said with a chuckle. Saber stopped and looked at Sei Ito in front of her. Long time no see, Saber, it's been 10 years since the last time we met. Sei Ito smiled. Are you Castor's master? Saber asked. Yes, how is it? Are you surprised? Sei Ito asked with a smile. Are you going to do that kind of thing again? Saber suppressed the anger in her heart and asked. No. I'm not going to run around with him this time. He's not ally. He's not a beauty. I'm not interested in letting a man stay with me. Sei Ito shook his head again and again. What do you want to do? Saber, who was not in the mood to talk nonsense with Sei Ito, asked loudly. It's very simple, Castor. Sei Ito smiled and said. After that, the void near Sei Ito shook slightly, revealing Castor's figure. Then, Castor, who was standing on the side, reached into his arms. From his bosom, he took out a strange dagger. Its body seemed to be fixed with a lightning bolt pattern, and its surface was flashing with a 7-colored light. That's Castor's noble phantasm, the talisman that can break 10,000 spells. Its effect is to reset the contract based on magic to the original state before the contract was signed. Sei Ito explained in a timely manner. Saber's expression changed when she heard this. As long as you let Castor stab you with that dagger, I promise you that I will let this guy go. Sei Ito continued. Saber's face was full of anger, and her body emitted a shocking aura. You don't have much time. Sei Ito tightened his grip on Wei Gong Shiro's throat when he saw that Saber had no reaction. Wei Gongshir, who was unconscious due to his injuries, revealed a pained expression as he spoke in a low voice. Despicable! Saber shouted. Thank you for the compliment. Sei Ito smiled shamelessly. Castor walked slowly toward Saber. Just when Castor and Saber were close enough to kill each other, Sei Ito's voice sounded again. Saber, I advise you not to act rashly, otherwise, what will happen next is definitely not what you want to see. Along with his words, a groan filled with pain came from Wei Gongshir's mouth. Saber clenched her fists. She gritted her teeth. I said, you will be used by me. Castor walked toward Saber, and then without hesitation, he inserted the dagger into Saber's chest and whispered the real name of the noble phantasm. 10,000 spells will break. There was no exaggerated magical surge, but the command seal that should have existed on the back of Castor's hand strangely appeared on the back of Castor's hand and played its proper role. Now I'm your master, Saber. Castor raised his left hand and showed the spell on the back of his hand to Saber, then he chuckled. Come on, Saber. Help me kill this kid first. Then, Castor's tone was full of ridicule. You said you would let him go. Ignoring Castor's order, Saber stared at Sei Ito and said, Castor, stop playing. Sei Ito shrugged. Yes, Master Cheng. Castor bowed his head and responded. Then he suddenly pointed to Saber in front of him and said loudly, "I order you with the spell, you are my servant, you should obey." In an instant, Saber's expression changed, she trembled and knelt on the ground, as if she was struggling to resist something. "You can actually resist it," Castor said in surprise when he saw this. Then the corner of his mouth slightly raised, and he sneered again, "Wait and see how I will deal with you." After that, Castor's palm pointed to Saber, and Saber's figure immediately disappeared from the courtyard in a burst of air change. One of Castor's exclusive ancient magic, space transfer. "Master Ching, take advantage of this, kill this kid." Castor, who sent Saber away, suggested. "Forget it, since you have promised Saber, don't go back on your word. Anyway, after tonight, he can only spend some time in the hospital, he won't be a danger to us." Saito put Wei Gong Shiro on the ground and said softly. Then he squatted beside Wei Gong Shiro, whispered the spell to launch the magic, and pressed his palm on Wei Gong Shiro's chest. The next moment, Wei Gong Shiro's chest and abdomen lit up. A golden halo appeared on his chest and abdomen, and Saito's palm was swallowed in it. Then Saito lifted his arm and pulled out a wide, golden and blue scabbard from Wei Gong Shiro's body. This is one of Saber's noble phantasm, which has absolute defense. Far away from everything. This is a concept weapon? Castor was surprised. Yes, Saber's noble phantasm, far away from everything. It's because of this that he can summon Saber smoothly. Saito, who completely pulled the scabbard out of Wei Gong Shiro's body, said. Then he handed the scabbard to Castor. The latter didn't waste any time and used magic to put it away. Then, Saito waved his palm, and it turned into a series of afterimages, and continuously patted on Wei Gong Shiro's left hand and legs. In an instant there was a kacha sound. Wei Gong Shiro's legs and left arm were completely broken into several pieces. With the current medical level, if he didn't lie in bed for 3 or 4 months, even after 3 or 4 months, he could only temporarily rely on a wheelchair. It would take a year for him to fully recover. Of course, if someone went to treat him during this period, it could also shorten the process. It's just that at the beginning of the Holy Grail War, he didn't have a certain friendship with Rin Enbin. Naturally, Rin Enbin wouldn't run to treat his body, so this was the only possibility. Only Ilya, who wanted to tease him, was left. Pray that Ilya won't treat you otherwise. If you don't know what's good for you and run to me, I can only earn you as a side income. Saito, who had dealt with Wei Gong Shiro, secretly thought. Then he stood up and said to Castor, "Let's go." Following that, he leaped out of the Wei Gong residence, the next day. In the auditorium of the Winterwood Church, Lord Jericho once said that bread is my flesh and wine is my blood. Therefore, as long as we believe in the miracle it brings, we can be free from all hunger and thirst. Yen Feng Chili, who was wearing a black robe, stood at the innermost part of the auditorium. He was holding the Bible and teaching the content of it to the old and new believers sitting in the church. Amen. That's all for today. After a while, Yen Feng Chili closed the Bible and said solemnly, Amen. The believers clasped their hands and prayed. Seeing this, Yen Feng Chili put away the Bible. Then he turned and walked to the side passage. Reporting, Supervisor. Just as he passed through the round door and entered the corridor leading to the back room of the church, a low voice sounded in his ear. In the shadow of the corridor, a figure covered in a black robe, which looked similar to Demetrius Castor equipment, was half kneeling on the ground, and reported in a low voice. Around 10 o'clock at night, Castor and his master broke into Wei Gong's house. Servant Saber was captured by Castor and his master. The current situation is unknown. What did you say? Yen Feng Chili's expression changed slightly. At the same time, in the Einsberg Castle in the Winterwood Forest in the east of Fuyuki City. How could it be, isn't Scholar defeated? Ilya, who was enjoying breakfast, looked at the android maid, Sela, who was standing aside in disbelief, and said. Sella closed her eyes slightly and acquiesced. I can't believe it, Ilya said in a low voice. Miss, you can say that, but your mission is to bring the Holy Grail back to Einsberg. Please don't put the cart before the horse, Sella said with a blank expression. Compared with Lizelet, who spoke to her friend, Sella's way of treating Ilya was obviously more in line with her identity, full of respect and distance. I know this. I should also take action. Ilya got up and walked to the window of the dining room, put one hand on her waist, and looked at the scenery outside the window, and said in a mature voice. Chapter 1847. At this time, in the basement of Sei Ito's apartment. Dressed in a white blouse, a blue skirt, and black stockings, Saber looked very conservative. Her arms were raised high as if she was bound. Black magic rays surrounded her body, and she had a very uncomfortable expression on her face. Saber, who was enduring some kind of pain, groaned softly. You are really tenacious. On the opposite side of Saber, Castor whispered with interest. Surrendering early is for your own good, Saber. Shut up. Who's going to listen to a witch like you? Saber yelled with a stern expression. You actually didn't listen to your master's orders. When did he start learning bad things? Say it, Saber. Castor raised his arm and released the lightning magic toward the restrained Saber. His expression was very excited as he asked loudly. Woof? Saber shrieked in agony as the electricity coursed through her body. After a while, Castor put down his arm and breathed out a sigh of relief. Who? It's best if you don't make me spend too much effort. Even if you resist so tenaciously, it's still useless, Castor said in a low voice. The strength, that was used to torment you is not something that came out of thin air. Huff, huff, Saber gasped violently and looked at Castor with a sneer. You can do whatever you want. The more you divert your attention to deal with me, the more you'll be hurt. If the Holy Grail leaves you because of this, then all my suffering will be worth it. Saber sneered. That's a good speech, but it's a pity that your idea won't come true. At this moment, with a soft sound, Itosei, who was holding a piece of clothing and a few small things in his hand, opened the door and walked in with a chuckle. Master Ching, Castor said. Meanwhile, Saber's expression changed. These are. Castor's eyes fell on the items in Seito's hand. Something interesting. He looked at the item in his hand. Seito revealed a strange smile. Saber didn't know why. He had a bad feeling that he couldn't suppress. Come on, Castor, do me a favor, knock her out. Seito looked up and said to Castor. Yes. Castor chuckled when he heard that. He pointed at Saber. Saber tried her best to resist. But now that the excess energy was being used to resist external damage and the curse of command, Saber was uncontrollably struck and fainted in a daze. Yes, Castor said. Seito nodded. He ordered again, take off all her clothes. Castor was taken aback when he heard that, and then he started to attack. In this way, under Castor's action, the bow tie was untied, the shirt was taken off, and the skirt slid down Saber's legs to her feet. After a while, a naked Saber appeared in front of Seito. Help me support her body, Seito said as he walked to Saber with the clothes in his hand. Castor didn't ask, and he obediently helped. In 5 or 6 minutes, a very sexy, very seductive strange dress was worn on Saber's body. The reason why this dress was strange was that it was not a normal dress at all. It couldn't be worn directly on the body. Even if it was worn at home, it was a bit too unusual. The dress was red and made of tulle. Under the sunlight, the skin covered under the dress could be clearly seen. It was a sleeveless short skirt, but the upper circumference was very exposed, especially at the 2 points of the chest. There was a circular hole that directly exposed the little grapes inside. The hem of the skirt was very short, It seemed that it would wrap around the buttocks, but part of the buttocks and curves could still be easily exposed. It was probably made of hollow lace instead of underwear. You could see a little bit of gold inside. At the bottom, there was a crack that went all the way to the waist. The vital part that was supposed to be covered was half hidden and half exposed to the air. Obviously, this dress was a sexy underwear used by couples or some special lovers to increase their interest and feelings when interacting with each other. Coupled with the red mesh knee stockings that were then put on Saber, and the seductive posture of holding her upper body forward and standing with her legs open, Saber looked very obscene. Seeing Saber like this, Demetrius, who was a princess of an ancient Greek civilization, couldn't help but blush. After all, although ancient Greece was also obscene, it was mainly in the aspect of sex. Things like this kind of dress were still very simple. However, to this extent, Saito still didn't stop. From his pocket, he took out a few small toys that were as thick as 10 fingers, with arcs on 2 ends, and one end was connected to a wire and a small square box. He used a white medical softcloth to stick them one by one on Saber's chest and lower body. After that, he retreated from Saber and nodded with satisfaction. "Come, I'll teach you how to use these things." Saito turned his head and said to Castor. Castor, who was curious about those strange things, did not hesitate and went to Saito to learn. "This is a switch, press it, and those things will be activated. For example, like this." Saito said and pressed the switch. In an instant, there was a muffled sound, and the place where the toys were attached to Saber's body immediately trembled slightly. At the same time, Saber's brows wrinkled slightly. Obviously, even in a coma, she could feel some changes in her body. Do you see this? Pushing it up and down can adjust the strength of the vibration. The strongest is the 5th gear, the lowest is the 1st gear. Saito explained. This kind of thing was simple to operate, so almost after Saito finished, Castor learned how to use them. "Master Ching, what's the use of these?" Castor wondered. Itose smirked, took out a remaining toy from his pocket, and then pressed it on Castor's body and started the switch when Castor was unprepared. Buzz! Along with the sudden buzzing sound, a strange feeling came to Castor's mind. The reason why Saber was able to resist the command curse was not only because of her high resistance to mana, but also because of her willpower. Although these things I made seem useless, they have a different effect on women. You should have felt this, right? Itose looked at Castor in front of him and said with a smile. Castor's face turned red. Saber is also a woman. Even if her will is very strong, it can't change the fact that her body is a woman's, so she will also be affected by certain feelings. Coupled with the humiliation brought by the clothes and the stimulation of the flesh created by your magic, I believe it shouldn't take long for your treatment to have some effect and let her join our battle faster. Saito turned off the power and put away the toy. I understand. Castor sighed softly. Hey, wake her up. I can't wait to see Saber's expression when she sees her appearance. Saito smirked. He. Castor also laughed, then raised his hand and snapped his fingers, lifting the sleeping magic on Saber. And Saber whispered and woke up from the coma. Then she found her own changes. Castor. Saito. Why are you torturing me like this? Saber struggled violently, half turned her head and looked at Saito and Castor standing in the room with angry eyes. What? You don't like the clothes I picked for you? Saito raised his eyebrows. You villain, are you trying to tease me, a knight? Saber said. Tease? No, I'm just helping you show your feminine beauty. You know, in addition to being a knight, you are also a girl. It's a pity to wrap your body in cold armor. It's better now. Itose waved his hand and retorted. Agreed. It's a great pleasure to see Saber like this. Castor echoed, then picked up the control switch in his hand and pressed the on button. Buzz. In an instant, a dull buzzing sound came from Saber's body. Feeling a strange feeling suddenly coming from the sensitive part of her body, Saber subconsciously bit her lips and made a muffled groan. Bastard! After the first wave of attack, Saber's face was ugly. It seems that the stimulation needs to be strengthened, Castor said and adjusted the controller to the second gear. In an instant, a stronger vibration was transmitted to Saber's body. By the way, there's one thing that I didn't use just now. Looking at Saber, who was clenching her teeth to resist something, Seito suddenly seemed to think of something and said. Then, he reached into his pocket and took out a small round box. He opened the box, revealing a yellowish ointment inside. Using his index finger, he rubbed the ointment out and walked to Saber's back. While she was struggling, he rubbed the ointment on her lower body. In an instant, another suppressed groan came out from Saber's mouth. Chapter 1848. P.S. Thanks to Crimson Moon Lily, Zhang Xiaozhong, XF20 Zan, and Black Sunday 3 for their precious vote. In the afternoon, after the club activities had ended. That's Miju-senpai and Mitsuki-senpai. Sakura was about to leave when she saw the two standing together. Sakura, that person is called Master. The void flickered and Ryder's figure appeared. He looked at the two of them and reminded them softly. Master, who is it? Sakura turned around and asked Ryder with a confused expression. That man, Ryder said. There's a pervert hiding beside him. Sakura turned around and looked at Mitsuki-senpai and Miju-senpai. However, at this moment, something unexpected happened. A figure in a dark robe suddenly appeared behind Miju-senpai and slashed her neck, knocking her unconscious. Plop! Miju-senpai's body fell to the ground. How is this possible? Sakura exclaimed in disbelief. Sakura, if you want to save that girl, it's best to do it now. It seems like that guy is going to let his pervert devour her soul. Reader's voice sounded in Sakura's ears. Devour her soul? Sakura was stunned. Perverts like us need to consume magic power to move around and fight in the world. The magic power was provided by the master magician through the connection of the contract. However, there are some exceptions. During those times, we can consume the life energy and soul of normal people to replenish our magic power. Reader explained. What happens to the person whose soul is devoured? Sakura asked with concern. Although she had learned magic and became a magician, she still lacked knowledge about pervert. Furthermore, Seito never told her about perverts in detail, so she didn't know much about perverts. If it's light, it'll be like staying up all night. You'll recover after a good night's sleep. If it's heavy, you'll lose your soul. It'll cause the victim to die. Reader replied. Ah. Sister Medusa, help me save Miju-senpai. Sakura said anxiously. Okay. Ryder agreed and immediately flew out from the corner. At the same time, he swung his arm. He threw his chain sword at the girl in the robe who was trying to bite Miju-senpai's neck. The girl in the robe moved. She dodged backwards. Who's there? Shinji-senpai panicked when he saw that his actions were exposed. Reader ignored Senpai-senpai's question. With a wave of his hand, he swung the chain sword in his hand and drew a half-moon shape towards Shinji Tong and the girl in the robe next to him, Asa's private N. Next to them, Asa's grabbed Tong Shinji's collar with one hand and quickly jumped back to avoid it. Taking advantage of this moment, Ryder rushed in front of Miori Ayako, grabbed her body, and quickly retreated. Asa's private N. Kill her for me. Shinji Jinjong screamed in exasperation. Don't even think about it. The Asa's private girl whispered. Then, a blood-red liquid hand that seemed to be completely composed of blood and magic without a trace of skin protruded from the back of Asa's private girl. It extended infinitely to Ryder's back and clawed at her back, where her heart was. Pa! The invisible barrier shattered and the blood-red palm landed on Ryder's body. However, Ryder, who was hit by the attack, paused for a moment, then continued to dash forward at high speed. After a few ups and downs, he disappeared from the sight of Shinji and Asa's. Pa! While watching Ryder disappear, Shinji Tong slapped Asa's private woman's face. A faint light flashed in the latter's eyes, and he quietly lowered his head. Useless trash, I asked you to do such a good thing and you couldn't even do it. Shinji Tong, who didn't notice Asa's strange look, yelled in exasperation. At the same time, Ryder returned to Sakura Tosaka. Medusa, Nei-san, are you okay? Sakura Tosaka asked with concern. I'm fine, Medusa said softly as she gently placed the unconscious Miori Ayako on the ground. That should be a curse attack. After breaking my magic barrier, it weakened a lot and didn't do much damage to me. Just as Ryder said, don't even think about it. Don't worry, don't worry, don't worry, don't worry, don't worry, don't worry. However, the way to avoid it was also very simple. As long as one ran out of the spell's attack range, had a very high resistance to mana, and had the luck of being a bastard child of God, one would be able to avoid being harmed by the spell. In this Holy Grail War, although the luck of Sunder, who was summoned during this Holy Grail War, was only E, and she was very close to the boss and didn't escape from the attack range, her magic attribute was still very high. In addition to her rich experience and habits in magic battles, she had prepared a comprehensive magic barrier around herself, which allowed her to successfully resist the attack of the boss. We shouldn't stay here for too long, let's get out of here, Sakura, Ryder reminded. Okay. Sakura Tosaka agreed. The two then brought the unconscious Miori Ayako out of the school through the back door and sent her to a nearby hospital. Why did you come back so late today? Sei Ito asked Sakura Tosaka as she walked into the house. Something happened at school. Sakura Tosaka explained. We met another pervert and his master at the school, Reader, who appeared from the void of space, said. Oh. Seito raised his eyebrows and looked at Sakura. It's Senpai Tamatsuki. Sakura Tosaka replied. Tisk, hearing the name from Wenying's mouth. Seito didn't look surprised at all, but there was a hint of disgust on his face. Tell me about the pervert. Seito then asked. The enemy's Revant is a female. She's wearing a black robe and has a high agility attribute. She should be on par with me. I don't know how she attacks, but we know that it's a very strange curse. Ryder shared the information he obtained from the short exchange. Something unexpected finally happened. Seito sighed in his mind, then asked, What's her rank? She should be an Asa's private. Ryder replied. A female Asa's private. Seito whispered to himself, and then the information of the pervert that met the requirements kept appearing in his mind. There are a total of 3 female Asa's private. 2 of them are from the parallel world, the world of Fate/Apocrypha. They are on the red and black sides of this world. The red side's Asa's private's name is Semiramis. Although it can also be regarded as a caster's double summoner, its main attack method is not curses, but poison potions and items. And its agility may also reach a level similar to Ryder's. The black side is Jack the Ripper. Its agility and attack method are relatively similar. The last one is from the parallel world, the world of Fate/Strange Fake. The female Asa's private was not able to inherit the name of Hassan. In the end, she was martyred with the church and was killed. Describe to me the manifestation of that curse. After recalling the information about the Asa's private in his mind, Seito asked again. It's a blood-red odd-shaped arm that protrudes from the back of the girl. The attack point is probably the heart. Ryder recalled a little. The voice of delusion. Seito said softly. Hearing this familiar word, Ryder immediately focused his attention on Seito. The voice of delusion is the noble phantasm of the Asa's private's real name, Hassan Sabas, or the Old Man of the Mountain. Its effect is to use the arm formed by the curse to directly grab the target's heart, ignoring the defense of any armor, and pull out the heart to kill the opponent. Seito smiled and explained to Rider and Sakura Tosaka, who was listening. Of course, this is the essence of this attack method. Its application is much more strange. In addition to the direct attack method you saw before, there is also the method of memorizing the opponent's appearance and duplicating it in the mirror. Then, with the help of the mirror and the curse to reflect the reality, using the ether block to create a double existence that is exactly the same as the depicted target, making it resonate with the real body. Then, by damaging the double existence, the real body will be damaged. Doesn't that mean the asses can't escape after seeing it once? Sakura Tosaka said with a worried face. Of course, she was not worried about herself, but she was worried about Rider, who had seen the asses because of her rescue order. You don't have to worry too much about it. Although the voice of delusion is powerful, it is not completely defenseless. As long as you have a high magic affinity, you can still resist the attack. Seito patted Sakura Tosaka's head and smiled. Medusa is suitable for this. With her magic affinity, there are no magic spells or curses in this world that can hurt her. As for you, Sakura, it's best if you don't appear in front of the ass's private's enemy. If you do, you can ask Rider to kill the ass's private's enemy immediately or go home and stay away from the ass's private's enemy. As long as you stay away from the ass's private's enemy, you can definitely avoid the attack of the voice of delusion. Seito looked at Sakura Tosaka with a serious expression. Sakura Tosaka knew it was for her own good, so she immediately nodded with a serious expression. Other than that, you can only pray to God that the voice of delusion fails. Seito joked at the end to ease the atmosphere in the room. Sakura Tosaka laughed. I should prepare dinner. At that moment, Sakura, who was no longer worried, lifted her head slightly. Suddenly, she saw the time displayed on the clock on the wall. She exclaimed and immediately ran to the kitchen. However, after Sakura left, Seito frowned again. Is there a problem? Rider asked. This batch of ass's private's enemy is a little troublesome. Seito did not hide the truth from Rider as he sighed softly. This batch of ass's private's enemy is the most troublesome one among the old man in the mountain. Although she didn't inherit the name Hazhok Sabas and the leader's skull mask like the previous 18 generations, with her outstanding talent, she has learned all the abilities of the ass's private's enemy when she was alive. In other words, she can use 18 types of treasures that belong to the ass's private's enemy. The strange voice of delusion is just one of them. What are the other abilities? Rider asked. I only know 4 of them: voice of delusion, fantasy computer, and moon marrow potion. As for the other 14, I'm not sure about them. Seito said helplessly. Rider was silent as he stood there quietly. Forget it, I'll tell you about the other 3 so that you won't be caught off guard. After a moment of silence, Seito said. Since you already know about voice of delusion, I won't tell you more. Delusion is a cloning skill that was learned from the 18th generation Hassan. The effect is to divide oneself into 80 different individuals, and each of them has their own way of thinking and action. In other words, the ass's private's enemy in this state has 80 lives. Only by killing all of them can one truly kill the ass's private's enemy. When used, a few of them can be divided, but the maximum number cannot exceed the limit of 80. Fantasy computer is an attack that turns the enemy's head into a bomb and detonates it to blow up the enemy's body. In terms of form, it can be considered as a variant of voice of delusion. Therefore, the resistance method is the same as voice of delusion. It requires a very high magic power or a very long distance. Moon marrow potion is similar to voice of delusion and fantasy computer. The difference is that it uses a spell to ignite the target's magic power, causing the enemy to burn to death. The resistance method is the same as above. Alright, that's all. Go upstairs to my room and look for Demetrius. She needs your help. Seito let out a long sigh after he finished explaining. Ryder nodded and turned around to walk to the second floor. Chapter 1849. Oh! Boom! With a series of soft sounds, Ryder appeared in Seito's room. Castor, are you looking for me? Ryder looked at Demetrius, who was sitting on the bed, staring at a large crystal ball surrounded by a magic circle. Ah, yes, there is something I need your help with, Demetrius said. Come with me. Then, Demetrius cancelled the magic image in the crystal ball, stood up and said. Then the two went out of the room, stepped on the stairs to the living room, and walked into the basement from a side door placed in the corner. Almost in an instant, her hands were raised high in the air, and her wrists were surrounded by black magic beams. Her head was lowered, and there was a mouthpiece in her mouth. Droplets of saliva dripped down along the edge of the mouthpiece. Her body was flat, and she was wearing a revealing red transparent gauze dress. Her legs were spread to the sides, and she wore red fishnet stockings. Her chest and lower body were covered with white medical bandages. Saber, who had something stuck to her chest and lower body, came into her sight. At this time, Saber's cheeks were red, her eyes were blurred, and her mouth was unconsciously making low sounds. Her consciousness was about to collapse. Ryder didn't speak and silently followed Castor to the basement. It's really a pleasant thing to see a noble knight become a delicate girl who only pursues her desires. Castor looked at Saber in front of him and said with a playful tone, Castor, I will never forgive you. Hearing Castor's voice, Saber, whose consciousness was instantly clear, said vaguely. Even so, Saber's expression was still full of lust. It seemed that it wouldn't take long for her to fall into a daze again. You're disobedient again. It seems that you haven't suffered enough. Castor's face showed a somewhat distorted smile, then he stretched his arm forward and cast an electric shock magic on Saber. Crackle! In an instant, a large electric light appeared on Saber's body, which had become very sensitive to the electric shock. In the electric shock, Saber let out a scream that sounded both painful and joyful. It wasn't until half a minute later that Castor retracted his magic and put down his arm. Ha ha ha, ha. Saber, who was temporarily relieved, gasped for breath. Ryder, I heard from Master Ching that you can cast a magic called lust? At this time, Castor turned his head and looked at Ryder beside him and asked. Hearing Castor's words, Saber's consciousness was clear again. She turned her head and looked at the strange woman who appeared in the basement. Castor and Ryder are actually on the same team? Saber was shocked. You want me to use it on her? Ryder said. Yes. Castor confirmed. Okay, Ryder replied. Almost without thinking, he immediately agreed. Then, he walked towards Saber and looked at her with his masked eyes. He was ready to activate the ability of the self-sealing dark shrine. Wait. But just when Ryder was ready, Castor's voice, suddenly Castor. Ryder, Castor. Her magic attribute is very high, and her will is very strong. Although I have suppressed it a lot now, if you use it like this, the magic may still fail. Castor walked behind Saber and explained. Then what do you think we should do? Ryder asked. It's very simple, make her unable to resist. Castor laughed. Then he took out the controller from his arms and instantly adjusted the vibration to the 5th gear. Buzz! A buzzing sound came from Saber's body. At the same time, Saber also instinctively made a low sound from her throat. However, Castor still didn't stop there. He reached out to Saber's buttocks, pointed his index finger at the toy located at her buds, and pressed it down hard. In pain, Saber raised her head and made a scream. Now! Castor reminded her. Ryder, who was reminded, did not hesitate. He immediately stimulated his magic to cast the noble phantasm, and pulled Saber's consciousness into the enchantment space created by the Dark Temple. At the same time, in the enchantment world formed by the Dark Temple, Saber, who was naked, appeared in the center of the enchantment space, lying on the ground that was completely formed by white clouds. Then the void began to move. From it, the figures of Sei Ito appeared one after another, and they came to Saber, who could not resist. With a lewd smile on their faces, they moved their hands and feet, and their mouths. Bastard! Bastard! Hooligan! Lowly! Saber, whose face was red, shouted loudly, but before she could say a few words, her mouth was immediately covered by a Sei Ito's mouth, and his tongue wantonly invaded her mouth. Saber, on the other hand, was moaning softly. Then the light and shadow fast-forwarded. The fake Sei Ito group began to fiercely and endlessly wantonly invade Saber. Demetrius Medusa, come out and eat. After a long time, Sei Ito, who came to the basement, said to the two of them, "Stop, Ryder." Castor, who heard the call, said. Ryder did not speak. He stopped the noble phantasm and walked away from Saber. "Go up, it's time to eat." Sei Ito glanced at the small pool of moist liquid under Saber's feet and said to the two of them. Then he withdrew his gaze, left the basement with Castor and Ryder, and returned to the living room to sit with Here, Cheyenne, and Sakura Tosaka. As for the other two, Liz and Baifei, because they were working, they did not come back, so they did not appear at the table. "Let's eat." Sei Ito took the bowl and chopsticks in front of him and said. The others were not polite, and they enjoyed it happily. "Oh, delicious. Sakura, your cooking has improved." "Really?" "Well, the taste is more balanced than the previous two, and the taste of the dishes has become a little better." Just like that, the dinner time passed in the blink of an eye while they were chatting. Then Castor and Ryder returned to the basement and continued to train Saber. Cheyenne returned to her laboratory to do research. Sakura Tosaka and Here went into the kitchen and began to wash the dishes. Only Sei Ito sat on the sofa and turned on the TV. But before he could watch for a long time, a strange feeling suddenly rose from the bottom of Sei Ito's heart. Someone broke into the enchantment. Sei Ito secretly said. Ao. However, as soon as his judgment appeared in his mind, a wild and empty roar came from outside the house. Sei Ito did not dare to neglect. He immediately got up from the sofa, quickly rushed to the entrance, put on his shoes, opened the door and went outside the villa. Almost at the same time, Ryder, Here, and Cheyenne, who was doing research, rushed out of the room and came to the outside of the villa. In an instant, a 2-meter-tall, burly, muscular man appeared in front of everyone. His muscles were bulging and knotted, and his long hair was messy like a beggar's. His red and white eyes were devoid of any rationality, and he held a huge stone knife in his hand. Looking at the burly man, Cheyenne frowned slightly. "Berserker," Sei Ito said in a low voice. "Huh? Isn't this Castor's lair? Why are there other servants here?" At this time, accompanied by a sudden crisp female voice, a silver-haired girl wearing a white pleated skirt, a purple nylon blouse, and a purple round hat on her head came out from behind Berserker's left leg, looking at everyone in the field with a puzzled look. Looking at the girl who appeared, Sei Ito immediately thought of her name, Ilya Sfield von Erzbrunn. She is the cabinet of this world's Holy Grail War, android, and the daughter of the former Little Holy Grail Alice Sfield von Erzbrunn and Wei Gong Kisi. "Hey, is this Castor's lair?" Ilya looked at everyone with innocent eyes and asked, "Who are you?" As soon as she entered the battle state, Here, whose face became cold, asked coldly, "Greetings, I am Berserker's master, Ilya Sfield von Erzbrunn, you can call me Ilya." Ilya pinched the sides of her skirt with both hands, crossed her legs, and slightly curtsied and introduced herself. "Now, can you answer my question? Otherwise, I will be angry." Then Ilya straightened up and said with a pure smile on her face, "So what if I am? So what if I am not?" Sei Ito asked with interest. "Who are you?" Ilya asked with her head tilted. "Sei Ito, I don't know if you have heard of me." Sei Ito said with a smile. "You are Sei Ito?" Ilya was surprised. "And? You have heard of me? This time it was Seito's turn to be surprised. Well, my mother once told me that if I have a chance to meet you, I will ask you to help me take out the thing and then carry out a thorough treatment. Ilya smiled. Chapter 1850. Hey, can you tell my mother what you mean by that? Ilya asked with eyes full of curiosity. She really knows how to arrange it. Seito shook his head, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Just like what she said, she wants me to take out the tool in your body, and then give you a comprehensive treatment so that you can live as long as possible. She wants you to meet your end in this Holy Grail war, Seito said calmly with a serious expression. Ilya blinked her eyes and looked at Seito curiously. Can I? As long as you cooperate, although I can't let you completely recover, it shouldn't be a problem to extend your life by 10 or 20 years. If you are willing to accept certain situations in the future, it is not impossible for you to completely recover. Seito nodded slightly and confirmed. Since you can save me, why didn't you save my mother back then? Ilya was silent for a short while, then angrily asked in a loud voice. It's not that I didn't want to save her, but your mother didn't let me save her. Otherwise, she wouldn't have ended her life in less than a year after the end of the last Holy Grail War, Seito said with some regret in his voice. Liar! Ilya retorted loudly. Berserker, kill them! Then, Ilya loudly ordered. Roar! Berserker let out a long howl, then waved the huge stone sword in his hand and chopped at Seito and the others. Whoosh! The heavy stone sword brought about a gale, and oppressively chopped at Seito and the others. Seito and the others moved. Without prior agreement, they jumped to the sides to dodge the attack. Bang! Then, with a flash of light, a magic formation suddenly appeared and blocked Berserker's sword wind outside the villa. However, looking at the flickering state of the magic formation, it was clear that it would shatter in a few seconds, allowing Berserker's attack to fall on the villa behind the magic formation. Seeing this, Seito, Here, Ryder, and Zyuan didn't dare to hesitate and immediately attacked Berserker. Seito suddenly jumped up and landed on Beryl's arm. He rushed forward and reached Beryl's head. Seito opened his hand. 4 crimson gems appeared. He swung his hand and threw it at the Berserker's head. Boom! A blazing flame exploded on the Berserker's head. At the same time, Shire ran to Beryl's feet, lowered his body into a horse stance, and punched Beryl's tough waist with his fist, which was covered in a magic suit made of runes. Bang! However, shortly after, Heel frowned. She quietly retreated from Berserker's side. At the same time, Here stepped back. Ryder's attack also arrived in front of Ilya, who had retreated a distance after Berserker's attack. Ryder thrust his dagger forward. He stabbed at Ilya's neck. The latter's expression didn't change. She still looked at Ryder with a smile on her face. Then, in the next moment, accompanied by a series of violent crosstalk, a large sword slashed at Ryder's body. It was Beryl's attack. Ryder quickly retracted his sword and crossed it in front of his body to block Beryl's sword. Bang! In an instant there was a muffled sound, and Ryder flew away like a cannonball. Roar! Then, Beryl's stone sword swung again and swept towards Shire and Seito. Whoosh! The strong wind pressure brought about a visible vortex of wind that rushed towards the two of them. Seito and Shire didn't resist it head-on. They dodged from the weak point of the sword pressure. Then, Seito's arm moved slightly, and the obsidian dagger in his hand shot out a white light. Puff! The white light crossed the sky and accurately landed on Beryl's body, but it didn't hit the vital part. Because at the moment when the white light was about to hit his vital part, Beryl suddenly dodged to the side, causing the white light to slash near his shoulder. A long, slanted mark appeared on the Berserker's body. This was the first time Seito used this Torahuiska Bontic Atori spear to injure a Valkyrie. Sure enough, although his magic attribute is A, probably as the price to make Hercules go berserk. His magic attribute isn't high. It's estimated to be about the same as Lancer, around sea level, and can only resist some small magic. Seeing that his attack was successful, Saito thought in his mind. Roar! Beryl roared in pain. Burker! Hearing Burker's roar, Ilya loudly called out. Sometimes, instead of worrying about him, it's better to worry about yourself. Along with this somewhat cold voice, several thin lines invisible to the naked eye instantly wrapped around Ilya's body, restraining her. Then, Xian Yuan raised the muzzle slightly, aimed at the restrained Ilya's head, and said lightly, "Make that big guy stop. Do you think you can catch me with this kind of thing?" Ilya smiled without turning her head. "I know that your Einstein-Baron family is famous for metal control. You can try it and see if you can control my Ethernet fiber," Xian Yuan said lightly. "That's what you said." Ilya smiled innocently, then activated the unique magic of the Einstein-Baron family, metal control. Immediately afterward, Ilya's brows wrinkled. Obviously, the unique magic of the Einstein-Baron family that she mastered couldn't control the Ethernet fiber unique to the Eltram family. "If you don't want to die, make that big guy stop," Xian Yuan, standing not far behind Ilya, said lightly. "Beryl." After a pause, Ilya ordered loudly, "Kill her!" Roar. Beryl roared, ignored the attacks of Saito and Here, and slashed horizontally, creating a huge gust of wind that rushed towards Xian Yuan behind Ilya. Xian Yuan, who didn't want to take this head-on, didn't dare to hesitate. She immediately stepped to the side and dodged. But while dodging, she pulled the trigger of the pistol without hesitation. Bang, 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 several bullets immediately shot towards Ilya. But at this time, Ilya had already fallen to the ground due to the sweeping wind pressure and the binding of the Ethernet fiber. She rolled forward a short distance with the wind and fortunately dodged Xian Yuan's bullets. But the next moment, accompanied by another muffled sound, a white light slashed across Beryl's head from left to right, cutting her head in half. In an instant, Beryl's movements stopped. "Ryder, catch that little girl." Just when the others relaxed because of Beryl's death, Saito suddenly ordered loudly. After saying that, Ryder's figure flashed, arrived beside Ilya, and grabbed her in his hand. Ilya's expression changed slightly when she was caught by Ryder, and then a pure smile appeared on her face. "Big brother, what do you want to do?" Ilya asked innocently. "Of course, it's just in case." Saito glanced at Ilya and smiled. Almost at the instant he said that, along with the rapid gathering of high-intensity spiritual particles, a new head reappeared on Beryl's neck. He was resurrected. This was the effect of Beryl's noble artifact, 12 trials. With it, Beryl had 12 lives. He needed to be killed 12 times in a row to completely send Beryl back to the Martyr's Palace. Seeing Beryl's resurrection, everyone who had just relaxed tensed up again and was on guard against Beryl, who stood still. "Ilya, now you have two choices. First, use you as a hostage, and then we will send Beryl back to the Martyr's Palace here. Second, cooperate with us, become my subordinate, listen to my command and fight. Correspondingly, I will treat you as your mother said at the beginning," Saito said while stretching out 2 fingers. "I choose the second one." Ilya turned her head to look at Beryl and made her choice. "Wait," Saito said lightly, then turned to Here on the side and said, "Go to the magic room and bring the props to make self-coercive evidence." Here nodded and returned to the villa. In fact, the best way to deal with Ilya was to let Castor come out and use the 10,000 spell talisman on Beryl's side. This was the safest and most effective way to deal with her. But unfortunately, it was not possible. Not to mention the possible consequences of continuously supplying 2 Beryl's Vance and suppressing Saber, Castor didn't have any extra mana to deal with Beryl. In addition, Beryl's characteristics were difficult to tame. If he really got his hands on her, not only would she not become a reliable fighting force, but she would also become an unstable burden. Chapter 1851. P.S. Thank you to Gang Yuhao and Shu En for their precious monthly vote. Here you go. Ilya threw the sheepskin scroll in her hand to Sei Ito with a look of displeasure. That's right. Sei Ito took the sheepskin scroll in his hand, looked down at the contents on it, put away the sheepskin scroll, and said with a smile, "Tell me, when do you plan to receive treatment?" As he said to Ilya before, Sei Ito will treat Ilya's body in exchange for Ilya's absolute affiliation in this Holy Grail War, that is, the combat command right. Tomorrow. Ilya snorted like a child throwing a tantrum. Okay. Sei Ito agreed indifferently, then changed the topic and continued, but since you and I have become allies, then it's better to do it now than later. Let's go and make an enemy leave. Who is the target? Ilya asked curiously. Jiantong, also known as the descendant of Marisai family. Sei Ito said lightly. Marisai? Did someone from their family also participate in this world's Holy Grail War? Ilya was surprised. Although her intelligence system was rich, Fuyuki was not the orthodox sphere of influence of her barren family, and many things could not be accurately grasped. In addition, her focus had always been on Shirowei, the child picked up by her father, and Rin Enbin, the head of Enbin family, who was the actual manager of Fuyuki, which made her intelligence system even more wrong. If Sei Ito hadn't taken the initiative to show up, they might not have been able to find out that he was the master of Castor. Of course, as one of the three imperial families, they have no reason to miss this world's Holy Grail War. Sei Ito said with a smile. Here, Cheyenne, you two go back to your room and rest. Then, Sei Ito looked at Here and Cheyenne in the field and said. Here and Cheyenne nodded and set off to return to their room. Let's go. After the two returned to their room, Sei Ito said to Ilya. Br colored recur. Ilya called out softly and made Berserker enter the soul-body state, disappearing from the spot. Rider, Sei Ito called out softly. The latter's body also became feeble, and he entered the state of a spirit. Then, Sei Ito and Ilya no longer hesitated. He moved towards the direction of the Tong family's residence. 10 minutes later, the two of them came to the vicinity of the Tong family and saw a dark building that looked like a ghost castle. There were only 2 or 3 lights lit up. We're here. In order to avoid triggering the defensive barrier of the building, Sei Ito stopped a short distance away from the Tong family. Call Berserker out. Sei Ito said softly. Pervert. Ilya, who had already accepted her fate, didn't hesitate. He opened his mouth and called out Berserker. And then, Ilya asked curiously, let Berserker destroy to his heart's content. Sei Ito slightly raised the corner of his mouth. He said faintly with a somewhat fleeting voice, Okay. Berserker, destroy the building in front with all your strength. Ilya raised her hand and pointed at the Tong family's residence, and loudly ordered the Berserker beside her. Roar. Berserker roared loudly. He immediately raised his hand and waved his stone blade, fiercely chopping at the Tong family's residence. Whoosh! In an instant, a strong wind whistled, and a white wind vortex visible to the naked eye turned into a destructive wind magic spell under the support of magic power, and shot straight at the Tong family's residence. Then, a shimmering transparent barrier immediately appeared outside the Tong family's residence, blocking in front of the wind vortex. Creak, creak, pop. But this barrier didn't exist for long. After only 2 or 3 seconds, it immediately shattered with a strange, ear-piercing sound, completely exposing the main body of the Tong family's residence to the air. But at this time, the wind vortex created by Berserker's slash also turned into chaotic air turbulence due to the barrier's interception, scattering in all directions. Roar. At this time, Berserker roared again, and chopped at the building in front of him with his stone blade. Boom. The stone blade fell to the ground, creating a strong vibration. A meandering pitch-black crack immediately spread forward from the point of impact of the stone blade. Almost in the blink of an eye, it formed a wide crack as thick as an adult's arm, extending to the front of the Tong family's residence, and then, without reducing its destructive power, it went up along the building's wall. Crack, crack, a huge crack mark immediately appeared on the surface of the main body of the building. Who are you? How dare you attack the Tong clan? However, at this moment, an old voice with a hint of anger suddenly came from above the field. Ignore it. Just when Ilya wanted to speak, Saito reached out and pressed her shoulder, and said faintly, "Continue to let Berserker destroy." Ilya curled her lips when she heard that, but she didn't give the order to stop. She continued to let Berserker destroy the building, according to the initial order. Roar! Berserker roared and chopped at the stone blade in his hand again. Boom! The ground shook violently in an instant. Then, more cracks appeared on the surface of the Tong family's residence one after another, making the whole building look even more dangerous. Little girl from the Ahrensberg family, what do you mean by this? This time, the old voice finally stopped pretending to be stupid, and directly asked in a deep voice. At the same time, the swarm of insects surged, and gradually, the image of a strange old man with a hunchback and a bald head gathered in the sight. It was the head of the Tong family, Tong Zongyan. I didn't expect you two to be together. Tong Zongyan looked at Saito, who was standing together with Ilya, and said with a frown, "What do you two mean by this?" Tong Zongyan asked with a gloomy expression. Even though his soul and mentality were distorted due to the frequent reincarnations and long-term magical corrosion, he didn't seem like a normal human anymore, which allowed him to ignore certain things. However, that didn't include blatant provocation of his home. Even though this home didn't hold an important position in his heart, it was still a place that he was satisfied with, a stronghold, and where many of his memories were. How could he be willing to be destroyed by the enemy like this? "I want asses to leave," Saito said calmly. Tong Zongyan knitted his brows and didn't speak immediately. Similarly, Saito didn't let Ilya release Berserker's order to attack and continued to work hard as a demolition worker. He was trying his best to tear down the illegal building. "Kid, don't go too far." Tong Zongyan looked straight into Saito's eyes and said calmly, "That depends on your choice." Ito Sei's eyes flashed as he looked back at Masanori Jiantong. In the confrontation, a faint magical power began to spread from the two of them. A large number of black worms also appeared by Tong Zongyan's feet and wriggled there. How disgusting! Seeing those imprint bugs, Yi Zichen was shocked. Ilya's face revealed a disgusted expression. Wishful thinking. However, just when the atmosphere between the two of them was about to explode, a faint voice sounded in the night sky. Then, a red light flashed. A long scarlet arm grabbed at the Berserker's chest. Even though Berserker had lost his mind due to his Berserk state, his ability to sense danger was still there. Therefore, the moment Berserker sensed danger, he immediately used his A-rank agility to dodge. Perhaps his B-rank luck also came into play. With a loud bang, the scarlet arm exploded and disappeared in front of Berserker. Looking at Berserker's intact appearance, it was obvious that Asa's attack didn't cause any damage to him. Then, Berserker's sword turned and slashed in the direction of the red hand. Boom! The stone sword slashed the surface of Tong Zongyan's building and destroyed the wall of the building, revealing the richly decorated interior space. A terrified young man with seaweed hair, who was sitting on the ground in a sorry state, appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Next to him was the expressionless girl in a robe, Asa's private N. "If you don't make a decision, your grandson is going to die." Saito slightly raised the corner of his mouth and smiled. "Kid, aren't you afraid that I will trouble you after this?" Tong Zongyan was silent for a few seconds and asked in a low voice. "I'm afraid, but I have no choice. I want to win this Holy Grail war, so I have to do it." Seito shrugged innocently. But in his heart, he secretly muttered, "You think I don't want to kill you directly. If it weren't for the fact that I don't know where the imprint bug with your soul information is, I can't wait to kill you immediately to earn some extra money." Imprint bug, the core of Tong Zongyan's insect magic. To use a well-known term, it was lust. The type of magic itself wasn't too special. At least in this world, there were no less than 4 or 5 magic families that controlled demonic beasts like Tong Zongyan's family, and there were even more special ones. However, the insect technique used by Tong Zongyan was different. Because he didn't want to die, he stored his soul code in his engraving insect in an evil way, forming a soul box similar to the Lich's soul box mentioned in novels in the other world. Although this kind of behavior had its drawbacks, as long as he didn't kill the core insect, no matter how many times his body was cut into pieces, he wouldn't really be killed. In the original work, his newly created core bug was placed in Sakura and Sakaka's heart. But in the timeline that Seito intervened, he didn't know where it was buried at all. So, it became very troublesome to kill Tong Zongyan. I see. It seems that this old man hasn't done anything for a long time, and the world has forgotten my name, Tong Zongyan said with a sigh. But the moment his words fell, a large number of bugs shot toward Seito and Ilya like rain. Then let me consolidate the name of Tong Zongyan again. Seito grabbed Ilya's shoulder with one hand, stomped his feet, and quickly leaped back. At the same time, he waved his left hand and shot out a reddish-yellow flame toward the swarm of bugs. Squeak, 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 squeak. In an instant, the screams of the bugs rang out. However, there was a limit to the number of bugs that could be burned. More bugs shot out from the burned bugs and flew toward Seito. Seito flipped his hand and summoned 4 sparkling gems and threw them at the bugs. Boom! 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 However, in the next moment, the bugs' bodies swelled and suddenly exploded, stirring up a putrid black liquid that splashed toward Seito and Ilya. Seito moved his 5 fingers and made a strange gesture in an inexplicable way. Then, he straightened his palm in front of him. In an instant, a magic barrier stood in front of Seito and Ilya, blocking all the liquid that splashed out after the bugs exploded. Whoosh! Then, a corrosive sound came from the magic barrier. Hee, I didn't expect that the House of Nagasaka would even contribute their own family inheritance. The House of Nagasaka is really declining. After the smoke and fire dispersed, Nakasaka reappeared and sneered. The House of Nagasaka can't represent all gem magic users, Seito said calmly. Roar! At this moment, a painful howl came from the mouth of the berserker not far away. Berserker! Ilya shouted as she looked toward the berserker. Not far away, the tall and strong berserker was burning fiercely like a huge torch, releasing a large amount of light and heat. Obviously, he was hit by the Asaza's curse attack. Moon Marrow Elixir. Seito narrowed his eyes and thought to himself. At this moment, Nakasaka, who was standing opposite him, suddenly said, "Instead of worrying about others, you should worry more about yourself, kid." The next moment, several black shadows flashed and shot toward Seito and Ilya from both sides like tentacles. Seito grabbed Ilya's shoulder with one hand, stepped on the 9 palaces, and moved like a dragon, nimbly dodging the attacks of the black tentacles. Then, he opened his mouth and shouted, "Rider!" Light and shadow flashed, and a silver light quickly cut through Nakasaka's neck. Slap! However, what was strange was that Nakasaka, whose neck was cut by the sword light, did not spurt out any blood. Instead, he directly turned into a pile of disgusting bugs and pounced on Ryder's body. Ryder's magic power surged and rushed away from the bugs on his body. He quickly jumped away from the swarm of bugs. Chapter 1852. Ryder, Go help Berserker and kill Assassin, Seito ordered while dodging the tentacle's attack. Then, he tossed Ilya to the left. His right arm shook slightly, and the obsidian dagger that had slipped out from his sleeve, the spear of Torahuiska Bontic Atori, appeared in his hand. He flipped it and reflected a bright white beam of light. In an instant, several muffled sounds could be heard. The pitch-black tentacles were immediately torn apart by the white beam of light and turned into pitch-black smoke that drifted into the air. Then, Seito retracted his arm and turned his finger, shooting a flame at the cluster of insects that had gathered together again. Whoosh! The flame streaked across the sky and accurately landed on the cluster of insects. Squeak, 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 squeak. Instantly, the miserable shrieks of the insects echoed in the night sky. At this moment, Seito stopped moving and narrowed his eyes. He carefully observed the situation around him and searched for the figure that was hiding in the Jiantong residence. Boom! But at this moment, a loud explosion suddenly sounded from the Jiantong residence not far away. Hearing the explosion, Seito immediately looked up. A large fireball suddenly gushed out from the Jiantong residence and burned toward Berserker and Rider, who rushed over. However, this fireball was only an ordinary fireball. It had no effect on Berserker and Rider, who were heroic spirits and easily resisted the fireball. But correspondingly, as the initiator of this fireball, the Jiantong residents burned fiercely in this fireball. Did they escape? Seito narrowed his eyes and said, "Put me down, you idiot." While he was thinking, Ilya, who had been carrying him for a long time, finally found an opportunity. She said loudly with a face full of anger, "I forgot." Seito lowered his head and looked at Ilya, who he was carrying. He chuckled and put her back on the ground. "Bastard!" Ilya cursed as soon as she stepped on the ground and kicked Seito's calf. Seito chuckled and nimbly dodged the attack. Humph! Seeing that her sneak attack had failed, Ilya coldly snorted. He gave up on looking for trouble. The enemy has already fled. What do you plan to do now? After a short pause, Ilya asked. Let's put out the fire first and see what's left in the house. If we're lucky enough to find something, we can use tracking magic to track the other party's whereabouts, Seito said after some thought. After saying that, Seito did not hesitate. He immediately walked to the burning Jiantong house and stood still. He took out 4 sparkling gemstones and threw them at the house. Then, in the next moment, there was a soft pu sound, and a large amount of cold air quickly spread out from the flames. In the blink of an eye, a pitch-white frost covered the flames and formed translucent ice crystals, freezing the originally raging fire. An ice-cold building that looked like one from a fairy tale appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Seito took a step forward and broke through the obstacles in front of him. He walked into the dilapidated Jiantong house. Ilya didn't say anything and silently followed him into the house. Finally, there was the relatively petite rider. As for the big berserker, he consciously entered the spirit-body state. He disappeared from where he stood. It's already burned to this extent. Can we really find anything useful? Looking at the scene inside the building, Ilya could not help but doubt. That's why it depends on luck, Seito said with a chuckle. What if we can't find it? Ilya asked as if she was arguing. Deal with it, Seito said indifferently. I'm starting to regret cooperating with you, Ilya said with a sigh. Then, without waiting for Seito to ask, she continued. Originally, I thought that I would be able to relax a bit from now on. I didn't expect that the first time I went out it would be so terrible. I really don't know what will happen if this continues. Only one enemy escaped. At most, we will lose our advantage in information and return to our usual vigilance against each other. It's not as pessimistic as you say. Still, let's talk about it. You still aren't prepared to be ambushed by enemies at any time, Ilya, Seito said as he glanced at Ilya beside him. Who said I wasn't prepared? It's just that a certain person clearly has the advantage in information and strength. Yet, he still made things so terrible. For example, in the previous battle, he clearly could have had Rider and Berserker attack Assassin together. He could have taken down the enemy in one fell swoop, so why did he have Rider hide? You can't even figure out such a simple decision. I really wonder how you've been able to live for so long. Are all your past enemies idiots? Ilya said with a harsh and sarcastic tone. Are you sure you want me to explain why I had Rider hide? Saito stopped and turned to look at Ilya. Although Saito didn't show any pressure, for some reason, Ilya still became nervous. She couldn't help but look hesitant. Speak. I want to see what it is for, Ilya said stubbornly while maintaining her imposing manner. All right, since you want to hear it, I'll tell you. Saito retracted his gaze and started walking again in the Jiantong residence. He explained, first, it's because I have to avoid Berserker. As a Berserker, although Berserker can easily distinguish between friend and foe, it doesn't mean that he will have misgivings about allies when fighting. So, in order to avoid accidental injuries, I didn't have Rider assist him. Second, it's because of that old man. His name is Jiantong Zhongyan, and he's the patriarch of the Jiantong family. He's a great magician who uses insect control technique. As an old monster who has lived for God knows how many years, he has rich experience in magical battles. Although I have the confidence to protect myself and even kill him, I can't guarantee that you won't lose your life because of negligence. So, I need to keep Rider by my side as a precaution so that he can save you at the critical moment. Hearing this, Ilya's cheeks flushed. Of course, it wasn't because of shyness or anything, but because she was embarrassed and indignant that she was regarded as a burden. As for the last reason, it's because I wanted Rider to act as an assistant. When needed, he could give the enemy a fatal blow or secretly track them in case of a situation like this. But unfortunately, he didn't succeed. Saito said in the end. After that, the two didn't speak anymore and silently searched the dilapidated Jiantong residence. Seems like our luck isn't bad. After a while, Saito, who found a room that wasn't damaged much, chuckled. Then, he and Rider searched the room. But unfortunately, even though the room was well preserved, it was clearly not used often. There wasn't anything in it that could be used as a source of information. Therefore, after searching for a while, Saito and Rider stopped and left the room to search the next area. Just like that, one room after another, Saito and Rider searched 5 to 6 rooms before they found 2 items that were useful. A set of half-burned clothes and a well-preserved metal plate. Let's go to the next place, Saito said. Isn't this the last room? Where else haven't we searched? Ilya, who was tired of searching, asked. Insect nest, Saito said calmly. Insect nest. At the same time, the image of a room full of disgusting insects appeared in Ilya's mind. Then, her face turned pale and she shivered. But Saito didn't pay attention to Ilya's change. He walked out of the room and searched the dilapidated Jiantong residence again. Hard work pays off. After 7 to 8 minutes, Saito found the location of the insect nest. It was a spacious and dark room. The air inside was damp and cold, emitting a faint nauseating odor. A flight of cement stairs led to the bottom of the room. Saito took the lead and walked up the stairs into the insect nest. This is a summoning array? Ilya asked hesitantly after seeing the huge array engraved on the ground. Tisk, it's really cleaned up. Not even a single insect was left behind. On the contrary, Saito didn't pay too much attention to the array engraved on the ground. Instead, he muttered with a somewhat displeased expression. Why are you looking for that thing? Although his voice was very soft, the key was that the insect room was too quiet. In addition, they were close to each other, so Ilya could still clearly hear Ito-sei's muttering. She asked with a strange expression. What else can I do? Of course, I'm using it as a source of information to track the old man's tracks, Sei-Ito said snappily. What a pity. Sei-Ito sighed softly. Alright, let's go. After saying that, Sei-Ito didn't stay in the insect nest any longer. He turned around and walked back to the surface. Ilya and Ryder followed closely behind him. Less than 5 minutes after they left, along with an almost undetectable hissing sound, pitch-black maggots surged out of the cracks in the basement. They gathered into a clump and then rapidly transformed. In the end, they formed the appearance of Viscera Jiantong and stood in the center of the stone room. Looks like I'll have to hide for a while, Viscera Jiantong said softly with narrowed eyes. Then, his body scattered and transformed back into a group of fat maggot. They crawled around the stone room and began a new round of breeding. Grandpa is dead, Grandpa is dead. On a remote path not far from Jantong's house, Jantong Shinji, who looked like a ghost, walked forward mechanically while murmuring to himself with dull eyes. Behind him was the cloaked girl, Assassin. Her eyes flickered as she stared unblinkingly at Shinji Jiantong's back. Chapter 1853. Right, there's also a priest. I can go find Priest Yen Feng. After being in a daze for an unknown amount of time, Tong Shun Er's expression suddenly shook. His expression was very excited as he muttered to himself. He didn't dare to hesitate and quickly walked towards the Winterwood Church. Assassin's footsteps were light, and she followed him step by step. 20 minutes later, Shinji Tong arrived at the Winterwood Church and pushed the door open. Priest Yen Feng, are you there? Shinji Tong called out loudly. What a rare guest. Good evening, young man from the Tong family. With a magnetic male voice, Father Black, Yen Feng Chili, appeared in the Mass Hall. He wore a black robe with a metal cross in front of his chest. His eyes were pitch black and empty. Priest Yen Feng, please save me, Shinji Tong said excitedly. What happened? Yen Feng Chili asked calmly. Grandpa died to save me, Shinji Tong sobbed. You mean Elder Zhang Yen? Yen Feng Chili frowned and said in shock. Yes, Grandpa died, Shinji Tong confirmed. Tell me what happened in detail, Yen Fengili requested. At the same time, he couldn't help but wonder, that old bastard really died? Just to save this piece of trash? How was that possible? Sob. Not long ago, when I was sleeping at home, Berserker and his master suddenly broke into my house and attacked without any warning. Grandpa went out to negotiate with Berserker's master, but for some reason, they suddenly started fighting. Then, in order to save me, who was being attacked by Berserker, he self-destructed. He used a self-destruct technique and died together with the enemy, sob. Shinji Tong sobbed. His words were sad, but Yen Feng and Chili, who were in the audience, didn't believe him. He knew very well how that old guy treated his family. They were toys for his entertainment. Their pain and distortion was the gift he looked forward to the most. How could he play the game of dying together for them? Unless his brain was fried by the magic circuit. Old guy, what trick are you trying to play now? Yen Feng Chili, who didn't understand what Shinji Tong was thinking, thought to himself. Of course. Although that was what he thought, Yen Feng still had to put on an act. My condolences, I believe Senior Zhang Yen wouldn't want to see you like this, Yen Feng Chili said gently, befitting of a priest. Tong Shinji was also obedient. He sniffled and stopped crying. Then come here. Why? Yen Fengili asked again after Tong Shun calmed down. I want revenge. I'm going to kill Berserker and his master. Shinji Jiantong clenched his fists, his body trembled slightly, and said with a ferocious face. You seem to have found the wrong person. I'm just a supervisor. I can't interfere with anything related to the Holy Grail War. If you want to take revenge, you are the most suitable person. Yen Feng raised his head slightly and looked past Tong Shinji to look at assassin standing quietly behind him. This fellow is just a piece of trash. She doesn't even have any noble artifact. Even after using it a few times, she couldn't even kill a single servant. I don't know when I'll get my revenge on her. Tong Shinji Jiantong followed Yen Feng Chili's gaze and looked back at assassin. Then I can't help it. You can only rely on her to defeat your enemy, and even win the Holy Grail War and fulfill your wish, Yen Feng Chili said lightly. Can't you change her? Tong Shinji Jiantong looked at Yen Feng Chili expectantly. No, Yen Feng Chili denied. Damn it. Why can't that bitch summon a stronger servant? Why does she have to summon such a useless fellow? Tong Shinji Jiantong cursed in a low voice. And he put all the blame on his dead foster sister Tong Xingli. What a scumbag. Yen Feng Chili didn't say anything. He silently looked at Tong Shinji, who was complaining in front of him. If you want to take revenge, it's not impossible, Yen Feng Chili suddenly said after a while. What way? Tong Shinji Jiantong quickly asked. Although Berserker is strong, he is only a servant of one world. But there are 7 servants in the Holy Grail War. You can unite with other masters to suppress Berserker and then complete your revenge. Yen Feng Chili stated in a flat tone. Other masters. Tong Shinji frowned. But I don't know who the other masters are. Tong Shinji Jiantong said irritably. I may be able to help with this. Yen Feng Chili said lightly. Really? Tong Shinji Jiantong looked at Yen Feng Chili with surprise. At this time, in the basement of Sei Ito's villa, Sei Ito, who sent Ilya back to the castle in the mountains, came to the basement. How is it? Looking at Saber, who was barely awake, Sei Ito asked Castor. It's almost done. With the current progress, at most one more day, I can make her completely my slave. Castor said with a somewhat proud tone. Sei Ito nodded, walked to Saber's side, reached out and gently stroked the skin on her back. Almost subconsciously, Saber's throat made a seductive whisper. Not bad. Sei Ito praised with a smile on his face. It's all thanks to Ching-sama's correct guidance. Castor said modestly. Forget it, there is no guidance for this kind of thing. Sei Ito laughed and then continued. Okay, come with me to rest, there are some things I may need your help with. Yes, Ching-sama. Castor agreed and left the basement with Ito-sei, leaving Saber, who was still under the influence of toys and special drugs, in the basement. She was still in the sensual world. Ching-sama, I don't know what you want me to help you with. Castor came to Sei Ito's bedroom and asked. Well, these are the items I found in the house of the enemy I'm going to kill tonight. See if you can extract the aura on them and make a special tracking item. Sei Ito handed the 2 items found in the house to Castor and said. In fact, Sei Ito can make tracking items himself, but in terms of the effect of the items, whether its quality or effectiveness, it's not as good as Castor, who has the inherent skills of ancient magic and item making. So instead of spending time to make something that's not very good, it's better to directly hand it over to a professional. Yes, Ching-sama. Castor, who took the 2 things and observed them a little, said. Well, I'll leave it to you, Medea. Ito-sei smiled. You don't have to be so polite, Ching-sama, this is my duty. Castor said softly. Then he turned and left the room and disappeared behind the closed door. Boom! Seeing Castor leave, Sei Ito smiled slightly, sat cross-legged on the bed and closed his eyes to practice. Nothing happened that night, and in the blink of an eye, it was the next day. In the morning, everyone had a sumptuous breakfast prepared by Nagasaka Sakura. Then, Shire left the mansion with Ryder in her spiritual form and headed to school. Cheyenne, who stayed in the laboratory for a whole night, went back to the laboratory to rest. Liz and Byron, the lazy paladins, also went back to their bedroom to sleep, leaving only Sei Ito and Castor in the living room. Ching-sama, this is the tracking item you want. At this time, Castor stood up and took a small round box that looked like a pocket watch and a compass from somewhere and handed it to Seito. Seito reached out and took the knife and looked down at it. The position of this pointer should be the location of the owner of the aura, right? Seito asked. Yes. Castor affirmed. Seito nodded and put away the item. Thank you for your hard work, Demetrius. Seito thanked her. Castor smiled slightly and didn't say anything. You continue to stay at home with Saber. I'll go out and have a look. Seito got up and said. Yes. Castor opened his mouth and nodded. Don't worry, I'm not that fragile. Seito reached out and touched Castor's cheek and chuckled. Then he walked away from Castor, who was blushing, went to the entrance, put on his shoes, pushed the door and left the villa. Boom! Without any obstruction, the door closed by itself under the movement of the door bolt. The position of this pointer should be the location of the owner of the aura, right? Seito asked. Seito nodded and put away the item. Thank you for your hard work, Demetrius. Seito thanked her. Castor smiled slightly and didn't say anything. You continue to stay at home with Saber. I'll go out and have a look. Seito got up and said. Yes. Castor opened his mouth and nodded. Don't worry, I'm not that fragile. Seito reached out and touched Castor's cheek and chuckled. Then he walked away from the blushing Castor, went to the entrance, put on his shoes, pushed the door and left the villa. P.S. Same old question, first pass then change, up to 10 minutes. Chapter 1854. P.S. Thanks to Malice Section Blade, Yenxian Yen, Yangbud 2001, Legally Flying, Only Know How to Bully I'm Honest, ZWJ, Instant Potato, and Goo168-878-0145 for their precious monthly votes. Rin and Osaka, someone's looking for you. After the first class in the morning, a girl standing at the door of the class suddenly turned around and shouted at Rin and Osaka, who was sitting at the back of the class. Looking for me? Rin and Osaka thought it was strange, but he still stood up from his seat and walked out of the class. Minato, who's looking for me? Rin and Osaka asked the girl who greeted him. There, it's that guy. The girl named Minato raised her chin and pointed at a figure not far away. Rin and Osaka turned his head and looked in the direction she pointed at. In an instant, Tong Shinji, who was dressed in the yellow uniform of Huiyuan Academy and had one hand in his pocket while leaning against the wall, appeared in Rin and Osaka's eyes. He was pretending to be cool. Hi, and Osaka. Shinji Tong raised his hand and greeted him. Rin and Osaka frowned and walked in front of Shinji Mitsuki. Why are you looking for me? Rin and Osaka frowned and asked in a low voice. This isn't the place to talk. Let's go to the rooftop. Shinji Tong looked at the passing students and said, If you have something to say, then say it here. Rin and Osaka was unmoved. Are you sure? Shinji Tong raised his eyebrows and asked back. He then leaned his head closer to Rin and Osaka's ear and whispered, Are you sure you want to talk about the Holy Grail War here? Shinji Tong knew that Rin and Osaka hated him, so he didn't go overboard and immediately stood up straight. Okay, let's go to the rooftop. Rin and Osaka's pupils suddenly shrank. He looked deeply at Shinji Tamatsuki in front of him and agreed. Then the two of them moved to the rooftop together. Okay. Creak, about 2 minutes later, the two of them appeared on the rooftop with a slight sound of metal rubbing against each other. Tell me, what did you mean by that? Rin and Osaka looked at Shinji Tong and asked in a low voice. Surprised, how did I know? Shinji Tong held his forehead with one hand. He asked with a complacent smile. Without waiting for Rin Enben to speak, he continued, It's simple, because I'm also a master. Master you? Rin Enben sneered. If it was someone else, she might believe it, but it was Tong Shinji. As the manager of the spiritual pulse in Fuyuki City, and the heir of one of the 3 Yu families, Rin and Osaka had some understanding of the city and the other 2 families, but she would never believe it. Because the information she got was very clear that Shinji Mitsuki was a magic idiot who didn't awaken his magic circuit. He couldn't be a Matser at all. You don't believe me, right? I know you won't believe me either. But it doesn't matter. I have a way to prove it. Surprisingly, Shinji Tamatsuki, who has always been easily angered, did not immediately get angry this time, but showed very calm. Then, Tong Shinji took out strong evidence to prove that he was the master. Assassin! Shinji Tensei called out. In the next moment, the space blurred, revealing a Middle Eastern girl in a robe. Almost at the same time, Archer, who was dressed in red and black, appeared out of thin air. He stood in front of Rin Enben. Assassin, assassin. Looking at the girl, Rin Enben whispered softly. Well, I admit that my judgment was wrong. So what do you want to say by calling me here? Then Rin Enben asked. Enben, let's join forces. Shinji Tensei stretched out his hand and made an inviting gesture. As the manager of Fuyuki City, I think you should have received the information. Although I don't want to admit it, Caster, Rider, Saber, and Berserker have joined forces. If we don't unite, there will be no chance of winning. You don't want to give up the Holy Grail, right? Hearing this, Rin Enben couldn't help but think. It was about the cooperation between Berserker and Ito Sei, and the destruction of the Mitsubishi family overnight. She naturally received the information, so she was very clear about the effect of this result. It was equivalent to saying that she and Archer fell into an absolute disadvantage. Although she was unwilling, she really couldn't think of any good way to change this situation. This was not only because of the influence of absolute strength, but also because the opponent's master was Sakura, her sister. This made her have to give up some very effective tactics, which made her very passive. Tell me your plan. After a moment of contemplation, Rin Enben asked. So you agree? Shinji Tensei said excitedly. I need to know your plan to determine whether it is feasible, otherwise I won't take the risk. Rin Enben said very simply. Of course, I am very afraid of death. If it is not feasible, I will not agree to carry it out. Shinji Tensei said with a self-deprecating smile. Then he looked at Rin and continued. My plan is like this. I have inquired, Berserker's master is from the Ahrensburg family. She is currently living in the Ahrensburg castle in the Ahrensburg forest. She is not with the master of Rider and Caster. Therefore, I intend to gather the strength of the two of us to launch a strong attack there and take the lead to kill one of them. How to solve it? Rin Enben, who faintly thought of Shinji Tensei's plan, sneered. Naturally, Archer is responsible for the front of Berserker, and then my assassin will kill Berserker's master. Shinji Tensei said. Oh. Rin Enben sneered and said, if that's the case then forget it, I am not interested in dying with you. After that, he turned around and didn't want to talk anymore. Of course, Lancer will also act with us and assist Archer in killing Berserker. Seeing that Rin was about to leave, Shinji Tamatsuki's face turned pale and quickly said, Lancer? Rin Enben was surprised. Yes, Lancer. I found Lancer's master through some channels. The other party agreed to let Lancer act with us to eliminate Berserker and others. Seeing Rin Enben stop, Shinji Tensei was slightly relieved and quickly said without hesitation. If that's the case, I agree. Rin Enben was silent for a while and nodded heavily. Great. Shinji Tensei, who finally got an accurate answer, said excitedly. Class is about to start, I will go back first, we will talk about the specific battle plan after school. Rin Enben said. After that, regardless of Shinji Tensei's reaction, he immediately turned and walked into the door and disappeared in the stairwell. Until Rin Enben completely disappeared. Archer, who stayed in the same place, slightly relaxed his vigilance, turned into a spirit body and disappeared. It's finally done. As long as Berserker and Rider are eliminated, I can ignore this so-called covenant, and then kill Lancer and Archer, win this Holy Grail war, and use the Holy Grail to become a real magician. At that time, Rin Enben, Shinji Tensei, who was still on the rooftop, clenched his fist. His body trembled slightly because of excitement as he whispered to himself. It's really in line with the words of an ambitious person, but unfortunately, you are not a qualified ambitious person. However, at this moment, a sudden sound awakened Shinji Tensei from his fantasies. Who? Shinji Tensei was shocked and immediately turned to look in the direction of the sound. He saw behind the protruding stairwell, a young figure walked out from the shadows and slowly walked towards him. It was Seito, who came here early in class. He thought that he would have to wait until noon or after school in the afternoon to catch Shinji Tensei without causing chaos, but who would have thought that just after the first class, he and Rin Enben came to the rooftop alone. Seito, who was hiding here, was somewhat caught off guard. Fortunately, he was able to react quickly. He immediately activated the tortoise breathing technique to suppress his heartbeat, blood flow, breathing, energy, and psyche to an extremely low level. He also set up a spatial enchantment based on Eastern techniques to hide himself. That was how he managed to evade Archer and Assassin's vigilance. Until now, he had been able to hide himself from them. "It's you?" When he saw who it was, he shouted. Shinji Tensei screamed with fear. "Assassin, kill him. Don't even think about it." Assassin, who received the order, whispered. In an instant, a red arm flew out from Assassin's back and grabbed Seito's chest. Pop. Then, the blood-red arm suddenly shattered, turned into a flow of magic, and slowly disappeared in the air. How is it possible? Looking at Seito, who was intact under Assassin's attack, Shinji Tensei's face was full of disbelief. "You mean this?" Seito pointed to his chest and chuckled. "It's very simple. Because of certain reasons, the world's curses are ineffective against me. Of course, it's only the external ones that are ineffective." At the same time, Seito secretly added in his heart, "I don't believe it." Shinji Tensei screamed. As if responding, Assassin launched a new attack. Dream Marrow. In an instant, a strange wave spread from her body and swept toward Seito's body in the blink of an eye. But just like before, it still didn't cause any damage to him. "I've already given you 2 moves, now it's my turn." Seito chuckled. In the next moment, a huge amount of magic gushed out from Seito's body, forming a phenomenon of erosion of the world. In an instant, Assassin, who was about to turn around and escape, and Shinji Tensei, who was left behind by her, were enveloped in it. "Welcome to my world." Seito smiled. "Next, try your best to survive." As soon as he finished speaking, there was a loud rumble. A huge lightning pillar as thick as a water bucket suddenly fell from the sky and bombarded Assassin's body. Huh, it didn't kill her in one hit? Then, another thicker, darker-colored lightning fell from the sky again, directly bombarding Assassin's body. Boom! After a few seconds, the light dissipated. But at this time, there was no trace of Assassin's figure. How is this possible? Shinji Tensei, who saw Assassin disappear, sat on the ground. His eyes were dull as he looked forward and muttered to himself. "Now it's your turn." Seito's eyes turned and fell on Shinji Tensei's body. "No, don't kill me, I admit defeat." Shinji Tensei, who heard Seito's words, shouted in panic. "That's not up to you." With that, Seito stretched out his hand, and Shinji Tensei's body flew in front of him. Then Seito grabbed his collar. Then Seito released his spiritual power, and like the most sensitive scanning instrument, he scanned Shinji Tensei from top to bottom, from inside to outside. Huh? Suddenly, Seito's eyes lit up, his eyes like a light bulb fixed on the 2 special things in Shinji Tensei's body. That was a pitch-black substance, hidden in Shinji Tensei's heart chamber, slightly expanding and contracting with the blood circulation in his body and the pacing of his heart, like a living cocoon. and in the center of that cocoon there was a piece of golden fragment that was only the size of a baby's palm, emitting strong magical fluctuations. This thing, if I remember correctly, it seems to be a fragment of the Holy Grail? Why is it in this guy's body? Could it be? Seito faintly thought of a possibility in his heart. In fact, this situation also appeared in the original work, but that was for Sakura Tosaka, who had changed her name to Sakura Tosaka. It was Shinji Tensei who wanted to steal the power of the third method to obtain immortality through a trick, but in the end, he didn't succeed, and his soul and the bug engraved with the soul code were directly burned to ashes by Shinji Tensei, freeing himself from Shinji Tensei's control. And looking at the current situation, it was obvious that Shinji Tensei intended to use Shinji Tensei as a bridge to carry out that plan. But I remember that the plan still needs the cooperation of the small Holy Grail, or else it wouldn't be able to lure out Ungrazuman and let Ungranuman seize Shinji Tensei's body. That means that the old guy who has already hidden in the dark is waiting for the right time to make his move. Seito gently rubbed his chin and muttered to himself. But old guy, you shouldn't have put the brain bug in Shinji Tensei's body so early. Chapter 1855. The void trembled, and the figure of Seito and Shinji reappeared on the rooftop of the Suechuan Gakuin Academy. But at this time, Shinji was already unconscious, and Seito was holding him in his hand. However, before Ito-sei could stand firm, a slight sound of breaking the air suddenly came from behind him, and with a biting cold wind, it slashed toward his body. Seito took a step and rushed out. Then, he moved sideways again and dodged to the side. Then, he turned around and looked at the attacker behind him. "It's you, Archer." Seito raised his eyebrows. "Rin Enben asked you to come." Archer didn't answer, and waved his black and white sword toward Seito. Seito's feet were like a maze, and he easily avoided Archer's attack. "Since you want to die, then don't blame me for being rude," Seito said coldly while dodging. After saying that, he threw Tong Shinji's body to the rooftop with one hand. Then, his hands moved and several sparkling and translucent gems appeared between his fingers, and he threw them at Archer. Several streamers flew in front of Archer in an instant. Archer didn't dare to take it head-on, and he immediately flicked the gems one by one. This is the difference between Archer and other heroic spirit. As a heroic spirit promoted from the future Shiro way, although he was born as a magician, he has always been half-baked in magic. He can't be compared with the heroic spirits transformed from ancient heroes like Medusa and Medea, who take magic as a matter of course, and he doesn't have any superb magic skills. Coupled with the extremely low magic power brought by this effect, Lancer was even worse than Lancer. As a result, he was weaker than Lancer. Even a slightly stronger magic spell could inflict serious damage on him. As such, apart from relying on his outstanding martial arts to defend himself, he did not dare to take the magic spells head-on like the other heroic spirit. Boom! The next moment, the gems exploded, and a blazing flame burst out. Seito didn't care that the magic gems would be blown away. He shook his right arm and caught the obsidian dagger that slipped from his sleeve. The dagger slightly shook, and a bright white light shot toward Archer. Archer rolled on the ground. He dodged to the side. Puff! The next second, the missing light swept across the water tower jug placed high up on the rooftop, cutting it diagonally into two halves. Hua! A large amount of water uncontrollably gushed out from the crack, splashed on the ground, and spread around. Ignoring the water tower, Ito-sei moved his arm again. Another disintegration beam was fired at Archer. Archer, who had already seen the power of this light, rushed to the side. He dodged the light. Then he waved one hand. He threw the weapon in his hand at Seito. Ito-sei waved the dagger in his hand, and with two clang-clang sounds, the weapon was knocked away. However, with this moment of buffer, it was enough for Archer, who used projection magic to create a new weapon, to rush in front of Seito. He raised the new weapon and slashed at Seito. Seito slid to Archer's side and swung his arm toward Archer's head. Archer bowed his head and dodged, swinging his sword toward Itosei's waist. Pa! Seito's right hand holding the dagger blocked and held Archer's arm. At the same time, he hooked his foot and locked Archer's calf. He moved his hands and feet at the same time and threw Archer out. Bang! Archer slammed heavily into the wall of the stairwell leading to the rooftop, leaving an irregular crack mark on it. Seito, who completed this round of attack, turned his wrist and once again shot a white light toward Archer. Archer rolled and dodged the attack in a wretched manner. However, a slender crack still appeared on his waist and abdomen, injuring Archer. Itosei continued to shoot bright white decomposition rays at Archer, forcing him to dodge. At the same time, his left hand was not idle. He took out magic gems one after another and threw them at Archer in a way that he could predict Archer's attack. A series of violent roars, blazing fireballs and ice crystals immediately resounded on the rooftop one after another. After an unknown number of times, Archer's figure was sent flying backwards with a loud bang, leaving behind a trail of smoke. Bang! Archer's body fell heavily to the ground. Seito flipped his palm and several gems appeared. He unceremoniously threw them at Archer, who was covered in smoke. Stop! However, at this moment, accompanied by a delicate shout, a crimson magic barrier appeared in front of Archer and blocked Seito's magic attack. Boom! Seito, have you forgotten the Magic Association's code of secrecy? Rin Enben, who was standing behind the magic barrier, asked loudly. Worst comes to worst, we can just guide their consciousness after this, Seito said nonchalantly. Seito understood what Rin Enben meant. Although he and Archer were in a magic battle, the sound and light effects were not something that could be stopped easily. Therefore, the continuous explosions had already frightened the students and teachers on campus. They all ran out of the classroom in panic. Then, some of the teachers who were relatively calm organized them to leave the building and watch the flames that suddenly appeared. It was because of this that Rin Enben had the opportunity to run to the rooftop. Then, have you forgotten your promise to me? Rin Enben, who was choked by Seito's words, couldn't help but feel angry. If you want to blame someone, blame it on your perverted lover for not listening to me and trying to sneak up on me. Since that's the case, I don't need to keep my promise, Seito sneered. Rin Enben turned his head to look at Archer, who was standing up from the ground with his hand on his chest, and glared at him with dissatisfaction. It turned out that because of the explosion of magic when Seito activated the enchantment barrier, Rin Enben, who was worried about what happened, had no choice but to send Archer to investigate and report the situation to him. But who would have thought that Archer would act on his own and attack Seito, causing the current situation? This time we were rash. I apologize to you on behalf of Archer. Rin Enben took a deep breath and said. Hearing this, Seito looked as if he heard the funniest joke, and a mocking smile immediately appeared on his face. But before he could say anything, Rin Enben spoke again. I know that my words are useless, but for my sake, please stop for the time being. If this continues, it won't be good for either of us. Walla walla walla. At this time, a rapid alarm sounded from a distance. Rin, this is the last time. Seito quietly looked at Rin Enben's eyes for a moment and said softly. Thank. Rin Enben sighed in relief and thanked him. But before she could finish her words, she was immediately interrupted by Seito. Tonight at 11 o'clock, on the east bank of the river, we will have the final battle, and we will fight to the death, Seito said coldly. After that, he didn't give Rin Enben a chance to speak. He immediately jumped in front of Shinji Tamatsuki, who was covered in dust, leaned over, and grabbed his collar. From the other side, he directly jumped over the anti-falling barbed wire and jumped to the ground. Not long after, he completely disappeared from the streets of Fuyuki City. After Seito left, Rin Enbin angrily stared at Archer and said, "Look at what you have done." "Sorry," Archer apologized. "Humph. Send me down." Rin Enbin coldly snorted and stepped in front of the anti-falling barbed wire and said softly. Knowing that he had made a mistake this time, Archer silently walked to Rin Enosaka's side and carried her in a princess carry. Then, he jumped down from a direction where the students and bystanders couldn't see and landed lightly on the ground. Then, Archer spiritualized and disappeared into the void. Rin Enbin circled back to the students from the other side. She used hints to make the students forget about the time when she disappeared and smoothly integrated into the class. Just like the other students, she stood on the side and waited for orders. "Looks like it's going to fail." Rin Enbin looked at the firefighters who rushed into the school to put out the fire and said unwillingly. On the other side, after 10 minutes of moving, Seito successfully returned to his mansion and went straight to the basement. Okay, almost as soon as he stepped into the basement, a seductive voice immediately sounded in his ears. Seito didn't even need to look to know who the voice was. Other than Saber, who was being punished, who else could it be? Plop. Seito threw the unconscious Shinji Tamatsuki to the ground and ordered, "Demetrius, extract a trace of the black substance from this guy's heart and then make a tracking tool that can track the scent of that substance. Give it to me, I need it." "Yes, Master Ching." Demetrius nodded in agreement. At this time, Seito turned his head and looked at Saber, who was sweating all over. Her feet were wet, and her body was slightly trembling. Occasionally, she would whisper from time to time. "How is her situation?" Chapter 1856. Her personality has basically collapsed. As long as there is no serious external stimulation, she will always be our slave. Castor said with a smile. "Is that so? In that case, remove all those things from her body." Seito thought for a while and said, "Yes." Castor agreed. Then he raised his hand and snapped his fingers. In an instant, all the magic effects on Saber's body were immediately lifted, and she fell to the ground involuntarily. Plop. Then, Castor pointed at Saber with one hand, and the toys that were attached to her body with medical tape exploded and turned into some residue from Saber's body and fell to the ground. And, feeling the change in her body, Saber, who was in a daze, instinctively made a low moan. "I still want." Saber mumbled after 2 to 3 seconds. She was still in a daze. "Master Ching, please meet Saber's request," Castor suddenly said. And? Seito heard the words and looked at Castor in surprise. Although she has the help of Ryder's erotic dream, in terms of subjective consciousness, Saber still lacks the perception of you. Although this does not prevent us from commanding her, after all, there is still a lack of insurance. So, Master Ching, you'd better meet Saber's request and exchange body fluid with her. This can also reduce some of my magical power consumption," Castor calmly stated, as if he was talking about an ordinary thing. "You're not jealous?" Seito felt a little stunned and couldn't help but ask. "Who knows?" When he heard Seito's question, Castor smiled gently, his face showed an admiring smile, and his tone was full of firmness as he replied, "Everything is for Master Ching. For our final victory." Hearing that, Seito suddenly reached out and took Castor into his arms, bowed his head and kissed his lips fiercely, then he sent his tongue over and tangled with Castor fiercely. And Castor let out a low groan in his throat. "Master Ching, take Saber with you. Remember not to satisfy her all at once, stop from time to time." He imprinted his existence into Saber's consciousness through language. Only in this way can Saber be completely under our control. After a while, Castor said in a soft tone, "Got it." Seito nodded in response. "And remember to go back to your room to sleep tonight, I want to replenish your mana. Then, Saito put her head close to Castor's face. He whispered into her ear. After that, he didn't wait for Castor's reaction. He pinched her bouncy butt and moved away from her. He walked to Saber, who was still in a daze, and bent down to carry her in his arms. Then, he strode out of the basement. Lord Cheng. Looking at Ito-sei, who quickly left the basement, Castor whispered in a slightly annoyed tone. However, this situation didn't last long. In 3 or 4 seconds, Castor returned to her previous appearance, went to Shinji Tatsuki, who was thrown aside, and began to complete the task that Saito had previously assigned. On the other side, after a short walk, Saito returned to the bedroom with Saber in his arms and kicked the door. Bang! Then, Saito locked the door and set up a soundproof barrier in the room. Then he walked to the bed with Saber in his arms and gently put her on the bed. Oh, I want, as soon as she touched the sheets, Saber, whose skin had become extremely sensitive due to the recent treatment, once again let out a low moan. She uttered seductive words that made one's blood boil. Seeing this, Saito didn't hesitate. He took off all his clothes with a chuckle, turned over and laid on Saber's body, bowed his head and kissed Saber's lip. Probably because she had received too many times in her lewd dreams, as soon as Saito's tongue reached out, Saber instinctively greeted it, and warmly entangled with Saito's tongue. At the same time, she made a soft sound full of satisfaction in her throat. Then, Saito's palms moved, wandering on Saber's body, stroking and touching all the sensitive points on Saber's body. Then a clearer and stronger whisper came out of Saber's mouth one after another. Then a faint crimson luster also appeared on Saber's skin, making her look beautiful and seductive under the sunlight through the window. Saito, who felt that it was about time, moved his body slightly, and put his noble phantasm, golden sword of Surekill, on Saber's utopia far away from everything. Then he broke through the barrier and put the long sword back into the scabbard. Ah! Saber immediately let out a long cry under the pain. You! Don't know if it's because this thing stimulated Saber too much, but at this moment, Saber's consciousness recovered from that kind of confusion, and her sharp eyes looked straight at Saito, who was pressing on her body. But soon, under the fierce attack of Ito-sei and the stimulation of Castor's special treatment of her body in the past 2 days, she was brought back to the strange world again. She was biting her lips and making a soft groan. The strange sound of the bed shaking echoed in the room for a moment. Oh! Boom! Hey, isn't Brother Ching at home? Sakura, who returned home with her school bag, said with some disappointment. He probably didn't know what to do. Here, who took off the scorpion and walked into the house, said casually. Hearing Here's words, Sakura, who thought that Brother Ching seemed to like to run around, nodded slightly and accepted this statement. Then she went back to the house, put down her school bag, and went downstairs to the living room, walked to the entrance, and put on her shoes. And, what are you going to do, Sakura? Looking at Sakura's action, Here, who was walking out of the kitchen with a glass of water, asked with a strange look. I'm going back to Sakura's house. Sakura, who put on her shoes, got up and said, then reached out and opened the door. While saying, I'm leaving, she stepped out of the villa. Be careful on the way. Here said. Boom. The door slammed shut. Because of the various explosions that Saito and Archer knew about, even though only the rooftop of the school building was damaged, due to the safety concerns and the need for investigation, the school gave all the students a week off. Therefore, Sakura and Here, who had just left home for less than 2 hours, returned home again. About half an hour later, Sakura returned to Sakura's house and saw her mother, Oki Inaka, sunbathing in the garden. Mom! Sakura called out. Sakura, you're back. Oki Inaka greeted with a smile. Sakura answered softly and walked to Oki Inaka's side, then asked, Where's sister? She's in the house. Are you here to see her? Oki Inaka asked. There are some things I want to ask her. Sakura answered. Then go ahead, we'll talk later. Oki Inaka smiled. Then I'll go in first. Sakura said. Go ahead. Oki Inaka smiled. Sakura walked away from Inaka-kue and followed the path into the mansion. She found Inaka-kue's room with great familiarity. Dang dang dang. Sakura, who was standing in the room, knocked on the door. After 5 or 6 seconds, Rin Anosaka walked out of the room. She was wearing a red sweater, a black pleated skirt, and black stockings. Her long black hair was tied up in 2 ponytails with 2 bow-tied hairbands. Sakura? Rin Inaka was surprised to see Sakura standing in the hallway. Sister, I have something to ask you. Sakura said softly. Come in. Rin Inaka stepped aside and invited her in. Sakura didn't hesitate and walked into the room. Similar to the style of the Nagasaka family's mansion, this was a spacious room. The interior decoration was quaint, full of medieval European style. Except for the lights hanging from the ceiling, there was almost no sign of modern electrical equipment in the room. It was in line with Rin Inaka's description. What do you want to ask me? After closing the door, Rin sat down at the round table by the window and poured a cup of black tea for himself and Sakura. What's the matter? Those explosions at school today were caused by the battle between Seiji and I-san and your pervert, right? Why? Sakura looked at Rin, who was sitting elegantly on the chair, with a serious expression. What do you mean why? Rin Inaka asked. Why did you fight? Sakura asked immediately. Why else? Rin Inaka sneered. The Holy Grail War. Sakura said softly, and then raised her voice slightly and said again, Is the Holy Grail really that important? Why can't we just get along like before? Because this is the Holy Grail War. Rin Inaka looked straight into Sakura's eyes and said in a serious tone, Because this is a battle between magicians, not a child's play. Hearing Rin Inaka's words, Sakura couldn't help but be silent. That's why I said you're not suitable to be a magician. Sakura, you're too kind. Looking at Sakura's face, Rin Inaka's heart softened and he said softly. Chapter 1857. P.S. Thank you to Metering Million Lion, Instant Potato, and Romantic Maple for your precious monthly vote. Thank you to Instant Potato for your tip. Night around 10 o'clock. Seiji Gidge. Sakura suddenly appeared in the living room and called out, HM? Why aren't you resting, Sakura? Seito, who was wearing his shoes at the entrance, asked in surprise. Can I go with you? Sakura didn't answer Seito's question and asked softly. What? Seito raised his eyebrows and asked. I saw what happened at school today through Medusa, Jiejie. Also, after the incident, I went to find Sister. I know that Brother Ching will have a showdown with Sister's pervert tonight, so can you bring me along? Sakura Tosaka asked softly with a hint of desire in her eyes. Ai. Ito-sei, who understood, couldn't help but sigh in a low voice. If I don't bring you with me, will you also run over at night? After putting on his shoes, Seito turned around and asked Sakura, who was standing in the living room. Sakura blushed slightly and lowered her head in silence. Well, you can come with us, but you have to agree that you are not allowed to move around when you get there. You have to stay by Medusa's side obediently. Do you understand? Ito-sei sighed helplessly and instructed with a serious face. Okay. Sakura happily nodded. Come. Seito turned around and made way for her to open the entrance. Sakura immediately walked to the entrance and sat on the floor. She took her shoes from the side and put them on. After a while, she stood up from the floor. She followed Seito out of the house. Bang! The two of them walked slowly along the quiet street into the distance. Seiji Gidge, you're only going to fight with my sister's pervert. You won't hurt Big Sister, right? Sakura suddenly asked in a small voice on the way. Is that why you insisted on coming? Seito glanced at Sakura Tosaka. He chuckled. Yes. Sakura Tosaka hummed and admitted it. Don't worry, I won't hurt Ling. Whether it's because of our many years of friendship or because of you, I have no reason to attack her, right? Seito said softly. Sakura smiled happily when she heard the answer. After that, the two of them stopped talking and quietly walked towards the meeting place. About 20 minutes later, the two came to the riverside of the Not Yuanchuan River that crossed the Fuyuanquan town and Fuyuanquan new capital. They stopped on an empty lawn. Looks like we're early. Ling and the others aren't here yet. Seito looked around and said after making sure there was no one else around. Fortunately, Seito and Sakura Tosaka didn't have to wait too long. Less than 10 minutes after they arrived, Ling, who was being carried by Archer like a princess, suddenly jumped down from a nearby tree and appeared in front of Seito and Sakura Tosaka. Thud. Ling's feet landed on the ground. Sakura, why are you here? Ling frowned when he saw Sakura Tosaka. What else could it be? I'm worried about you, of course. Before Sakura Tosaka could say anything, Seito immediately answered. When Sakura heard Seito's words, she was worried that Ling would be angry. She reached out and gently pulled Seito's collar, signaling him to stop talking. On the other hand, Rin Tozaka frowned in displeasure after hearing this. Then, he helplessly sighed. Sakura. Seito, who didn't say anything else, whispered to her. Sakura nodded and whispered, "Be careful, brother Sei." Then, she walked to the side and stopped a few meters away. At the same time, Ling also whispered a few words to Archer and walked to Sakura Tosaka's side. He turned around and looked at Seito and Archer, who were confronting each other. I didn't want to talk to you. I planned to send you back when the Holy Grail War was about to end. I wanted you to stay in the human world for a while and do what you want to do. But since you don't appreciate it, don't blame me for being rude. Seito stared coldly at Archer and said, Don't talk like you know me very well. The battle between us is an inevitable outcome. Don't pretend to be so kind. Archer opened his hands slightly, creating a black and a white saber nest in his hands, and retorted faintly. Do you think so? Seito said slowly with a meaningful expression. Then, he opened his mouth slightly and silently mouthed a few words. If there was a Japanese who was proficient in lip-reading, they would recognize that the word Seito mouthed was the name Shiromiya. As the owner of this name, Archer, who was already familiar with the pronunciation and the form of lip movements, immediately changed his expression, and his breath became chaotic. How do you know? Archer asked subconsciously. Guess. Seito showed a big smile on his face and laughed. After that, he opened his hands, and several sparkling gems appeared between his fingers and shot them at Archer. Several streams of light immediately flew in front of Archer. Archer waved his two swords and sent the flying gems flying with a clang-clang sound. Boom! Following which, the gemstones exploded, producing balls of blazing flames that illuminated the sky beside the river. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Ito Sei took a step forward and appeared in front of Archer as if he had teleported, and hit Archer's chest with his elbow. Archer dodged sideways and quickly swung his sword at Sei Ito's chest. Itosei separated his hands, and the palm that was originally used to push quickly slapped the blade of Archer's single blade. He pressed it down hard, and at the same time, the other arm bent in front of his chest suddenly whipped out like a whip. Archer's head was whipped. Archer's head moved back, and the tip of his nose brushed against the wind of the fist. However, at this time, Sei Ito's foot was inserted between Archer's legs. It hindered his footsteps, and at the same time, the arm that was whipped out changed from a fist to a palm and suddenly pulled back. With a paw sound, he hooked Archer's head. His left hand continued to press down and pushed Archer's sword away from his chest. His left leg lifted his knee and hit Archer's head toward his own knee. Bang! In the huge muffled sound, Archer felt dizzy. His body was lifted up uncontrollably. Then, Ito's left foot landed on the ground, and his left hand grabbed Archer's collar and gently pulled him back. His fist was like a cannonball that was shot out of the barrel and fiercely hit Archer's face. Bang! Under the huge force, Archer's body flipped over and flew away. Archer! Seeing Archer was so weak, Rin Enosaka's face was full of disbelief. On the contrary, Sakura Enosaka, who had seen Ito and Latcher's battle during the Fourth Holy Grail War, was not surprised at all. She calmly watched everything that was happening in front of her. Ito did not care about what was happening outside. He flipped his hand and threw a few magic gems at Archer. Boom! The next moment, an explosion occurred. A large ball of blazing fire instantly enveloped Archer's body. Bang! A second later, Archer's figure flew out of the fire and heavily fell to the ground. His body was completely black, and his back was facing Ito. Archer! Rin Enosaka screamed again. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, Archer was lying there like a dead person. He did not move and did not respond to Rin Enosaka's call. Seeing this, Ito sneered silently. He flipped his hand and 4 crystal-clear gems appeared. He threw them at Archer without hesitation. However, at the next moment, Archer, who had not reacted, suddenly moved. He rolled on the ground and dodged the attack. Then, as the magic gemstone exploded, he quickly got up from the ground and pulled the longbow that had appeared in his hand out of nowhere. A large amount of magic aura overflowed from the longbow and shot out a magic relic that was shining in the light of magic. Whoosh! The relic turned into a golden stream of light and flew in front of Ito. It was Archer's unique skill, Fantasy Explosion. Seeing the attack coming, Ito's pupils dilated. He instantly activated his sense to the maximum. Suddenly, the entire world's movement appeared in front of him as if it was in slow motion. In this state, Ito's body quickly leaned back and dodged the arrow by a hair's breadth. Then, when the arrow was about to explode, Ito suddenly raised his hand to counterattack and hit it in the air. Boom! In the violent explosion, a huge magical flame exploded above the river and enveloped Ito's body. Brother Cheng! Seeing this, Sakura's expression changed. She anxiously shouted and was about to run to Ito's location. However, before she could make a move, a hand grabbed her arm and stopped her in her tracks. The owner of the hand was none other than Rin Inaka, who was beside Sakura. "Don't worry, that guy won't die so easily." Rin Inaka frowned and comforted her. "Sister," Sakura softly called out. At this moment, the huge magic fireball dispersed, and Ito's figure reappeared from it. However, compared to before, Ito's clothes were burnt and tattered, revealing his beautiful body. It made him look like a refugee or a beggar from ancient times. However, other than that, there were no injuries on his body. Obviously, it was the effect of rejecting all external spells and magical attack. It was like the highest level of magical power in this world. "Brother Cheng," Sakura happily called out when she saw Ito emerging from the flames. "How is this possible?" Rin Inaka exclaimed in disbelief. Although she didn't think that Archer's attack could really kill Itose in one hit, and she was a little worried about Itose's injury, she didn't think that Itose would be unscathed after receiving such a powerful attack. But who would have thought that the result in front of her was so shocking that she even felt that what she saw in front of her was an illusion? It's a very powerful attack. If it really hit me, even I might be seriously injured. Itose looked at the ragged clothes on his body and said softly, "Who the hell are you?" Archer, who looked no better than Ito, asked in a serious tone. "Take a guess." Ito replied in a joking tone. Archer took a deep look at Itose on the opposite side, then took a deep breath, opened his mouth and chanted a spell. "I the wave nemesis. This body is the bone of the sword." A huge amount of magical power began to overflow from Archer's body. Steel my wave and fire my blood. The blood is like iron and the heart is like glass. The magical power that overflowed from Archer's body was like a strange eraser that could erase the scenery. It removed the night sky and revealed the space of blood and fire below. This is... Rin Inaka stared at the scene in front of him, dumbfounded. Ihave create Devera Thousand Blades, undefeated on countless battlefields. It's finally unfolded. Itose squinted his eyes, and then opened his mouth to chant his incantation. One is all and all is one. In an instant, another wave of magical power that could distort the world was released from Sei Ito's body. Together with Archer's magical power, it changed the scenery of the world. Even this guy. Rin Inaka's heart was filled with shock, and he didn't know what to say. From the beginning of one, all changes are born. Unknown death. He has never been defeated once. Nor known life. Never tasted a bosom friend. All things cycle, and heaven and earth return to one. Have withstood pain create many weapons. Always standing on the peak of the sword mound, drunk in victory. Heaven and earth split, and one heart is born. Yet, this color swings never hold anything. Therefore, this life is meaningless. Show me, everything changes the world. Soy pray, unlie fan Tedblade works. Therefore, as I pray, the infinite sword is made. Chapter 1858. It was a strange space where the boundaries could not be distinguished and the distance could not be sensed. On one side, the sky was dark. There were huge gears of various sizes hanging in the sky. They looked like they were rusty and were making a strange squeaking sound as they spun. Below the gears, there was a piece of yellow land that looked like a steel mill or ruins of a battle. Long swords of different sizes were stuck in the ground messily. They were emitting a faint aura of destruction in the sky. Archer, who was wearing a strange red and black outfit, looked like the owner of the land as he stood in the middle of the swords. On the other side, it was different. There was no concept of heaven or earth in the world. The entire space was filled with strange energy. Sometimes, it would gather and disperse into light white clouds. Sometimes, it would scatter into flames. Sometimes, it would be fixed into the ground and mountains. Sometimes, it would change into waves and tide. Natural phenomena such as wind, thunder, rain, and lightning were constantly changing in the space there. Sei Ito, who had changed into a complete set of clothes, stood quietly in the center of the changing world. He looked coldly at Archer, who was standing in the opposite world. This was the strange world that was born when the two enchantments came into contact and eroded each other. Wei Gong Shiro, let's end this battle. Sei Ito moved his mind slightly. The entire world was filled with lightning, jumping and shuttling through the fog-like clouds. Who are you? A big bow appeared in Archer's hand. He used the sword relic as an arrow and pointed it at Sei Ito as he asked coldly. You don't have to know that, Sei Ito said calmly. He did not do anything after he said that. The lightning in the sky immediately shot towards Archer, who was in the world of infinite sword control like rain. In an instant, the thunderstorm passed through the border of the two enchantments. It flew into the world of infinite sword control and attacked Archer. The latter loosened his fingers. In an instant, he threw out the relic in his hand. Then, without caring about the outcome, he immediately raised his hand and stretched it forward. A transparent circular shield with 7 huge pink energy petals on the outside appeared in front of him, welcoming the thunderstorm. Boom, 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 a series of explosions reverberated between the two worlds. 7 burning rings. Sei Ito squinted as he looked at the strange relic that Archer used to block the attack of the thunderstorm. The 7 burning rings, lawayas, was a bronze shield with 7 layers of cowhide that the hero Ajax used to block Hector's spear in Greek mythology during the Trojan War. Legend has it that Hector's attack penetrated 6 layers. After that, its range was expanded to become a concept equipment that was proud of its absolute defense against thrown weapons. This caused its existence to rise. It was said that the defensive power of each petal was comparable to a thick ancient city wall. Thinking of this, Ito-sei waved one of his hands. The thunderstorm that filled the sky instantly stopped, and then quickly gathered into one. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a lightning bolt that was as thick as an adult. Its surface was crystal clear like water, and its tip was sharp. Boom! The thunder roared, and the white light was as bright as day, illuminating the whole world. Then, after about 5 to 6 seconds, the dazzling white light gradually dispersed, revealing Archer, who was shrouded in lightning. But at this time, outside the blazing sky 7 layers ring, which originally had 7 pink energy boards, there was a sudden change. 2 of the petals had indeed disappeared. Obviously, the thunder attack just now directly penetrated the 2 walls. Seeing this, Sei-Ito smiled gently and waved his hand again to create 3 more spears that were exactly the same as the previous thunder spear. They were shot at Archer with a few seconds interval between each other. Archer's expression changed slightly when he saw this, and his face became dignified. Boom! 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 Then, at the next moment, 3 violent thunder roars once again echoed in the world formed by the fusion of the 2 barriers. At the same time, the whole world was filled with blazing white light when the thunder spear exploded, making people unable to see anything. However, at this moment, accompanied by a slight sound, a golden light cut through the sky and blasted toward Sei-Ito. Ito-sei's expression changed. He raised his hand and created a magic barrier in front of him. Boom! A huge amount of magical power burst out in an instant. But then, a golden light flashed slightly in the magic flame, and it quickly bypassed the magic barrier as if someone was controlling it, and rushed toward Sei-Ito's body again. Sei-Ito's expression changed slightly, and he dodged back. But the result was still the same. After a slight pause, the golden light once again drew an exaggerated arc and returned to Sei-Ito's side. Looking at the strange characteristic of this attack that didn't disappear until it hit the target, Sei-Ito's mind almost instantly came up with the name of the source of this attack, Kihara Hound. From the poem Beowulf, Unferth lent the sword to Beowulf to kill the water demon. Its characteristic is that as long as the archer survives, no matter how many times it is shot down, it will continue to pursue the target until the target is killed. After understanding the situation of this attack, Ito-sei did not hesitate and immediately stepped into the void and quickly rushed toward Archer, who was in the infinite sword world. It was also until this time that Sei-Ito noticed Archer's situation. His right arm was completely gone, half of his body and part of his face were charred black, and his breath was weak. He stood there in a sorry state, panting violently, and looked like a lamp that was about to run out of oil. But even so, after seeing Sei-Ito rushing toward him, Archer resolutely projected a white sword in his left hand and prepared to fight with Sei-Ito. But before he could do anything, 6 flat yellow rays of light suddenly appeared around his body and pierced into Archer's abdomen, causing him to freeze in place. Bakudo number 63, 6 Light Prison. After Archer was pierced by the light, Sei-Ito's low voice faintly sounded. Then, Sei-Ito's figure appeared beside Archer, waved his arm, and a white wind blade instantly cut through Archer's neck. Puff! Then, without stopping, he took another step forward and rushed out. Archer! In the real world outside the barrier, Rin Asaka's expression suddenly froze. She raised her hand to cover her arm, lowered her head, and whispered with a depressed expression. Sister! Sakura Inaka softly called out with concern. The next moment, the void vibrated, and in a ripple, Ito Sei's figure reappeared on the river of the not distant river in the real world. Brother Cheng. Seeing Seito, although she was full of confidence in him, Sakura couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief, and called out softly with a happy face. Seito nodded at Sakura with a smile on his face, and slowly walked in front of Rin Asaka. Archer lost. Just stay at home for the time being. I will end this Holy Grail war as soon as possible. Seito lowered his head and looked at Rin Asaka, who was also silent with his head lowered, and said, "Got it," Rin Farosaka replied without raising his head. "Sakura, you." Seito turned to Sakura beside him, but before he finished speaking, a touch of anger suddenly appeared on Seito's face. "Rider, take Sakura, let's go." He immediately reached out and grabbed Rin Asaka's arm, and jumped out while speaking to Rider, who was in spirit form. The void trembled, and Rider's figure appeared. He reached out and grabbed Sakura's body, and quickly followed behind Seito. However, before the two of them could get very far, a sharp cold wind suddenly shot out from the side, and blocked Seito and Rider's path. "This path is blocked," a calm voice said. "Lancer." Yanfeng Chili finally couldn't hold it in anymore. Seito said coldly as he saw Lancer walk out from the forest. "What?" Rin Asaka, who was shocked by the sudden change, exclaimed. "Looks like his concealment wasn't that good." "You actually guessed it." Lancer, who rested the red spear on his shoulder, laughed disdainfully. "Rider, protect Sakura and Rin." Seito put Rin Asaka back on the ground and walked towards Lancer. "I originally wanted to wait until tomorrow to attack and end this Holy Grail war, but it looks like the plan won't work. You're not going to attack me together with Rider? I've been underestimated. I'm not Archer, that trash. Don't regret it when you die." Lancer held his spear and lowered his body, ready to attack, as he grinned. "Underestimating me? You can say that. After all, you're not worthy of me and Rider working together." Seito walked in front of Lancer and said calmly, "Also, I'm very angry right now, so I'm going to kill you in one hit." After saying that, he didn't give Lancer a chance to speak, and immediately released his majestic mana that didn't seem to be possessed by humans. It eroded the world and formed an inherent enchantment that enveloped Lancer and himself. In an instant, Seito and Lancer disappeared from Rin Asaka, Sakura Asaka, and Rider's sight. "Now die." Lancer. Within the barrier, Seito, who had created a blazing white fireball above his head, said coldly. Chapter 1859. At this time, outside Seito's villa. "It's really disappointing, coming here to do this kind of thing in the middle of the night." Accompanied by a flash of golden light, a handsome man whose entire body was wrapped in gorgeous armor made of gold with a red cloak tied behind his back appeared on top of a street lamp not far away from the villa. His soft golden hair, which seemed to have been gelled, was naturally fluttering in the night wind. He looked down at the villa with his arms crossed, and his expression was full of displeasure as he said faintly, "This person was none other than the original Archer, who was recognized by the Black Mud in the Fourth Holy Grail War and reconstructed his human body with the Third Law, the ancient king, Gilgamesh. But you actually dare to take away this king's prey. You're really bold and don't know what death is." Then the void behind him trembled, and a golden barrier full of vortexes appeared, and metal weapons of different shapes emerged from it. Then the golden light pierced through the air, bombarding Seito's villa like a golden rain. Bang 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 bang, however, at this moment, a transparent magic barrier suddenly appeared above the villa, blocking the golden rain of light from the various weapons. However, it was a pity that this situation didn't last long. In just over 3 seconds, it suddenly exploded in a cracking sound, turning into countless magical photons that slowly melted into the air. The golden rain immediately fell on the villa without any barrier. Bang 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 bang, in less than half a minute, the whole villa collapsed like a dilapidated house, stirring up dust all over the sky. "Who is it?" In the smoke, a woman's voice shouted. Then, the smoke and dust dispersed, revealing the figures of several women. It was none other than Cheyenne, Liz and Byfay who stayed at home because they didn't work, Castor who was a servant, and Saber who had just been modified not long ago. Among them, was wearing a pale nightgown. She was wearing the rune gloves made by Sei Ito on her hands. Liz Byfay was wearing white boxer shorts and a black sleeveless sports singlet. She was holding a concept equipment that had been repaired a long time ago, the official codec. Cheyenne's clothes didn't change. She was still wearing purple knee-length stockings, a white pleated skirt, a purple short-sleeved blouse, and a purple round hat. As for Castor and Saber, they were wearing their respective magic weapons. Archer put one hand on his waist. He looked at Castor, Saber, and the others who were standing together indifferently, or Saber in the crowd. "Long time no see, Saber. Do you remember the decision I made?" Archer said. "Because of the successful training, except for the combat awareness and the memory of the last 2 days, all the other memories that belonged to Artoria and Saber were sealed." Saber looked at him blankly. She didn't know what he was talking about. "What kind of expression is that? Have you already forgotten?" Archer's tone was full of dissatisfaction. Who are you?" Saber asked in a deep voice with a serious expression. "Huh? Are you playing dumb, Saber? Do you want to avoid my question in this way? That won't do. It's been so long. You should have made up your mind." Archer, who understood Saber's behavior in his own way, said, "Really, you want to make a man wait? What a stupid woman!" "Stop blabbering. Who the hell are you?" Shire, who was annoyed by Archer's attitude, asked coldly. "There's no need to tell your name to a bastard." Archer looked at Shire indifferently, then raised his hand and said, "Disappear, clown." The next moment, the golden light reappeared and shot toward Shire and the others like rain. Shire, Cheyenne, Liz, Byfay, Castor, and Saber all tried their best to resist the attack. As close combat experts, Shire, Liz, Byfay, and Saber used their own methods to block, dodge, and counterattack, deflecting all the weapons that came their way. Cheyenne, who was an alchemist, relied on the secret multi-division thinking method of the Atlas Academy, combined with her own high speed and agility to cleverly shuttle through the rain of weapons. Castor stretched out one arm and resisted the attack with the magic circle to the greatest extent. For a moment, the crisp sound of ding ding dang dang and the muffled sound of bang bang echoed in the night sky one after another. Seeing that his attack didn't achieve the expected effect, Archer frowned slightly. He once again opened the golden gate leading to the Gate of Babylon and launched a more intensive attack at the two heroes. Then, the continuous noises reverberated in the night sky even more intensely. After a few seconds, Cheyenne's figure suddenly rushed to the back of Liz and Byfay. Seizing the opportunity when she was defending herself against the numerous weapons that were flying towards him, he took out the pistol that he made by copying the church's black gun and pointed it at Archer, who was not far away, and pressed the trigger. Bang! In an instant, only a crisp, muffled sound was heard, and a vague virtual image of Liz and Byfay rushed toward Archer like a charging knight. Bang! However, in the next moment, a golden barrier suddenly appeared in front of Archer and blocked the attack. The virtual image was shattered, revealing the real body of the virtual image. A brass bullet rolled and fell to the ground. Clang clang clang. What was that just now? Liz and Byfay were surprised. It's an armed bullet with the concept of vanish made from the fragments of the official codec. Cheyenne, who was not affected by the attack, said in a low voice. Saber, use your noble phantasm. At this moment, Castor suddenly said, Okay. Saber nodded and quickly retreated to the back of Castor, Liz and Byfay. While the three of them were resisting the sword rain, she raised her sword high and surged out an amazing amount of magic power, making the sword emit a golden light that soared into the sky. "Get out of the way!" After 10 seconds, Saber said loudly. The others didn't hesitate and immediately dodged to the side. Excalibur! Seeing that the path in front of her was clear, Saber waved her sword and slashed out a golden light beam that was as thick as a person's waist. With amazing light and heat, it blasted toward Archer. In an instant, the golden light pierced through the void and bounced off the rain of swords. Archer's scarlet eyes abruptly narrowed as the golden light slammed into his body. Then, without stopping, the golden light shot towards the sky. Boom! The existence of the golden light beam lasted for 10 seconds before it turned into countless golden particles and slowly disappeared in the air. "Saber, you made me angry." From the scattered golden light reappeared Archer, who didn't seem to have any injuries, jumped to the ground while his face was full of anger. "But as long as you come back to me now, I will forgive you. After all, as a king, I can tolerate the willful behavior of my woman," Archer said lightly. "But you, as the clowns who caused Saber to do this kind of rude behavior, I will sentence you to death." Then, Archer's eyes fell on Castor, Here, Liz, Baifei, and Ziyuan who were waiting for him. Hearing Archer's words, the expressions of Here and others changed slightly, and then they launched an attack on Archer. In an instant, Here, Liz, and Baifei's figures flashed, as if they had teleported. They suddenly appeared in front of Archer, then they attacked Archer from left and right. Archer calmly dodged the attacks of the two people, then Wang Ji Kaibao slightly flashed, and several cold weapons were shot toward Here, Liz, and Baifei. The two people who failed to attack each other stepped forward and crossed each other, avoiding the attack of the sword. Bang 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 bang! Then, in the dull sound, 4 bullets were shot toward Archer in a horizontal way. Archer's body did not move, and a golden light curtain suddenly appeared in front of him, blocking the bullets with a clang 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 sound. Then Castor flew into the sky and opened his robe, like 2 big wings, and then a large number of purple magic light balls were shot at Archer like rain. Archer raised his head slightly and looked at Castor coldly. Boom, 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 boom. In the next moment, a violent explosion and a large number of fireworks engulfed Archer. Then after 10 seconds, just when Castor thought that it was about time, a dozen golden streamers suddenly penetrated the smoke and dust and shot into the sky, stabbing straight at Castor. Puff! A large number of purple magic light balls were shot at Archer like rain. Archer raised his head slightly and looked at Castor coldly. In the next moment, a violent explosion and a large number of fireworks engulfed Archer. Then after 10 seconds, just when Castor thought that it was about time, a dozen golden streamers suddenly penetrated the smoke and dust and shot into the sky, stabbing straight at Castor. Puff! Chapter 1860. P.S. Thanks to Decadent Little Bun, Sky Fantasy Antenna, Boring Lord, Elkieskalen, Nickfanny, Cloud Pattern Ice, Hell Aristocrat, and Fayer for their precious monthly votes. Thanks to Instant Potato for his tip. Saber, Here, Liz, and Baifei had a tacit understanding of each other. 2 minutes passed in the blink of an eye. Seeing that it was getting harder and harder for him, Archer was furious. He waved his sword and forced Saber away from him. He then used his noble phantasm, Heavenly Lock, to bind Here. He quickly jumped back and activated his King's Treasure. Then, he launched a large number of noble phantasms at Saber, Here, Liz, and Baifei. This kind of attack was nothing to Saber, Liz, and Baifei. They successfully deflected the noble phantasms that flew in front of them. However, Here, who was bound by Heavenly Lock, was in danger. She could only watch as the weapons flew toward her. She was ready to die again. But at that moment, Several thin and long threads invisible to the naked eye suddenly flew to Ciar's side and tied her up without any explanation. Ciar pulled her back, narrowly dodging the deadly attack by a hair's breadth. It was Ziyuan's Ethernet fiber. Another B** starred, Archer said with disgust. He then included Ziyuan in the attack range of his noble phantasm. Seeing this, Here, who was still unable to break free from Heavenly Lock, shouted, "Don't worry about me. Dodge." As a lucky one, who inherited Roa's knowledge and the immortal attribute, death was no longer the end of life for Here. Therefore, she did not want Ziyuan to be in danger because of her. Although Ziyuan was also a person who was transforming into an immortal, the transformation was not complete. She was still not immune to death. After hearing Here's words, Ziyuan, who more or less knew about her existence, made a prompt decision. She decisively stopped trying to save Here. Relying on the super-fast thinking ability and the extraordinary agility that she had trained, she quickly dodged the sword rain. Puff, 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 puff. The next moment, Here, who had lost control of Ziyuan's body, was immediately pierced by several sharp weapons. Under the inertia, she fell heavily to the ground. Plop. "Aha," he said in pain. Here instinctively let out a muffled groan in pain. Ziyuan, who was dodging the attacks, frowned and shouted, "Liz, come to me." Okay. Upon hearing Liz's summon, Baifei responded. She continued to defend herself from the endless rain of noble artifacts while quickly approaching Ziyuan, who was also moving towards her. In less than 10 seconds, Ziyuan, Liz, and Baifei had gathered together. "Next, I will use my Ethernet to open the security lock on your body. Take advantage of the stake you'll gain after that to rush to that guy's side and give him a good beating." Under the cover of Liz and Baifei, Ziyuan, who had pierced the ether fiber through the middle of Liz and Baifei's foreheads, quickly said, "Okay." Liz and Baifei didn't ask much about the safety lock and nodded immediately. Seeing this, Ziyuan did not hesitate and immediately moved her finger lightly. She gently tapped the Ethernet fibers and Baifei's brains. In an instant, Liz and Baifei felt their heads tremble. A wonderful feeling immediately surged in their bodies. This feeling is what Ziyuan meant by opening the safety lock, Baifei thought to herself. Baifei thought to herself as she sensed the condition of her body. She didn't hesitate and quickly controlled her body according to the feeling in her heart. In an instant, a black shadow flashed and passed through the rain of swords at a speed that was far beyond the upper limit that an ordinary human's dynamic vision could capture. He suddenly appeared in front of Archer, who was watching coldly from the sidelines. Brandishing his arm, he stabbed the bottom end of the violin-like shield towards Archer's body like an awl. Bang! A scratch that was as thick as an adult's finger immediately appeared on Archer's abdomen. Light red blood flowed out from the broken part of his armor. "Damn bastard!" Archer, who realized that he was injured, cursed angrily. Then, a large number of weapons rained down on Liz and Baifei. Liz and Baifei quickly retreated to avoid the attack. Clang, 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 clang. The weapons that missed their target were then stabbed into the ground. Then, Liz and Baifei moved again and quickly appeared behind Archer. Once again, they stabbed the official codex in their hands. Bang! Another long and narrow wound appeared on Archer's body. "Bastard! Bastard! Bastard! Damn bastard! I'm going to make you pay!" Archer, who had more wounds on his body, cursed loudly with a twisted expression. Then, Archer raised his arm high. A large number of relics appeared in midair with the sharp blades pointed downward. Then, the relics moved together and turned into a golden rain of light. Apart from Archer's position, all the surrounding areas were bombarded intensively. Boom, 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 boom. Continuous explosions reverberated in the night sky. However, at this moment, along with the sharp neigh of a horse beast, a blazing white light wrapped in a white gust of wind shot down from the sky like a meteor, rapidly descending towards Archer's location. Boom! There was a violent explosion, and a strong impact was like a hurricane. It spun at high speed and spread in all directions. The dust that was stirred up by Archer's relic rain was blown away along with Saber, Sheer, Liz, Baifei, and Ziyuan, who were suffering from the impact of the relic rain. Then, the white light disappeared and a white-winged flying horse appeared in midair. Ryder was riding on the white horse while holding the reins in his hand. "Here comes another bastard." Amidst the rustling sounds, Archer stood up from the ruins with a gloomy expression. His scarlet eyes were filled with murderous intent as he said, "To me you're the bastard, Gilgamesh." Seito, who suddenly appeared behind Archer with the obsidian spear of Torowiska Bontika Tori in his hand, said calmly, "Swoosh." Archer, who was filled with anger, turned around immediately when he heard such disrespectful words. He looked at Seito with murderous intent. However, in addition to the gloomy and cold face of Ito-sei, there was also a blazing white light, like a sword cutting through the void, and with a poof sound it slashed diagonally across his body. "Go back to your Valhalla, bastard," Seito said. The spear of Torowiska Bontika Tori in his hand flipped again, and another blazing white light slashed across Archer's body diagonally from the other side. If Archer, who was transformed by Gogushiro, had the lowest magical power among all the servants summoned in this Holy Grail war, then Gilgamesh, who had a physical body and was a half-baked magician, had the lowest magical power among all the servants, which was only E. If it weren't for the high magical resistance of the golden armor on his body. Basically, a magic spell could easily inflict damage on him. However, it was clear that there was a limit to the magical resistance of this armor. Coincidentally, the concept weapons, official codex, and a spear of Torowiska Bontika Tori were both outside this limit. Therefore, as expected, Liz, Baifei, and Seito's attacks were all effective. "Bastard, tell me your name." Archer stared coldly at Seito with his scarlet eyes and said coldly, "Seito." Archer's wrist shook. Seito replied calmly as he put away the spear of Torowiska Bontika Tori. "This king will remember. This king swears that even if I have to search through countless worlds and spend a lot of energy, this king will find you, bastard, and then peel off your skin and pull out your tendons. I will use the harshest punishment to punish you," Archer said coldly with killing intent boiling in his eyes. After saying that, Archer's body suddenly split into several pieces and quickly turned into nothingness in the rapidly evaporating spirit particles. He disappeared in front of everyone's eyes. At this point, the fourth servant, Archer Gilgamesh, also completed his mission and returned to the Holy Grail. "Are you all right?" After Archer dissipated, Seito turned his head and looked at Castor, Saber, Heer, Ziyuan, and Liz, Baifei, who were standing near the ruins of the villa. "I'm fine, Master Ching." Castor, who looked fine, replied. Heer raised his hand and rubbed the place that was pierced by the noble phantasm. He also shook his head. "It's okay, Master Ching." Saber replied. "It's okay." Liz and Baifei shook their heads slightly. "I hope you can still say that later," Ziyuan said on the side. "What?" Liz and Baifei felt strange. "You will know soon." After saying that, Ziyuan's finger hooked, and the ether optical fiber inserted in Liz and Baifei's forehead immediately withdrew from her forehead. Then, Liz and Baifei's face changed, and they fell to the ground paralyzed. Their bodies twitched violently as if they were epileptic patients. "Ouch, it hurts!" Liz and Baifei cried out in pain. "Bear with it, after all, you used your body beyond its limit. Your body didn't collapse immediately because of your training over the years," Ziyuan said without sympathy. At this time, Ryder, who temporarily left after the battle, returned to the scene with Rin Enbin and Sakura Enbin. "Rin, it seems that we need to stay at your house today." Seito turned his head and looked at Rin Enbin and said, "Do you think I will lend my house to a guy who was just an enemy?" Rin Enbin said sarcastically. Yes. Seito chuckled, then shrugged his shoulders indifferently and said, Of course, if you don't want to, we can also go to the Kaiwa Hotel to get a room. Forget it, come with me, but you have to tell me later why you think this attack was planned by Yen Fengqi. Rin Enbin glared at Seito and said, Okay, and it's time to tell you something. Seito nodded slightly and said softly. Then he walked to Liz and Baifei, who couldn't move, and squatted down, looking like he was going to carry them. What do you mean? Rin Enbin looked at Seito, who was carrying Liz and Baifei on his back with Xiuan's help. This you will know later. Seito straightened up and said. Then he ignored Rin Enbin and took Ryder, Castor, Saber, Here, Xiuan, and the others who were not spiritualized, to the direction of Enbin's house. Seeing this, Rin Enbin snorted hatefully and followed him. After more than 20 minutes, the group arrived at Enbin's house, and with the help of the maid who woke up because of the noise, they were assigned rooms and checked in. Then, Seito and Rin Enbin came to the reception room and sat down across a coffee table. How much do you know about the Fourth Holy Grail War? Seito looked at Rin Enbin and asked in a low voice. Not much, just a general idea, and my father was one of the 7 masters in that Holy Grail War. Rin Enbin replied. Then do you know who the 7 masters are? Seito nodded slightly and asked again. My father, the Arensberg family's android, the Tong family's Tong Yinya, especially when Tong Yinya was mentioned. Rin Enbin frowned slightly. Obviously, she had mixed feelings about the man who brought her a lot of joy and gifts when she was a child. 2 magicians from the Chronometer Tower, and a lucky chosen civilian. I only know a few of them, but I haven't been able to find information about the last person. Then what if I told you that the last master was Yen Fengqi? Seito raised his eyebrows and said. Impossible. Rin Enbin retorted without hesitation. Yen Fengqi is a supervisor under the church. He participated in the Holy Grail War as a contestant. This is not in accordance with the rules set by the church. Then as a member of the church, Yen Fengqi worshipped your father as his master and learned magic. Is it in accordance with the rules? Seito asked back. That's because he is an agent, so he is not bound by this rule. Rin Enbin continued to refute. Indeed, your reason is reasonable, but why did it have to be around the time of the Holy Grail War? Don't you think it's strange? Seito asked again. Hearing this, Rin Enosaka's heart began to feel uncertain. What are you trying to say? Then he said in a low voice. Chapter 1861. P.S. Thank you to Tikan and Soaring Eagle for their precious monthly vote. What I want to tell you is that the reason why Yen Fengqi became your father's disciple and your senior brother was because of a conspiracy. A conspiracy related to the Holy Grail War. Ito-sei crossed his legs and crossed his fingers on his thighs. He leaned back and leaned against the back of the sofa. He looked directly at Rin Enbin and said softly. Then, without waiting for the frowning Rin Osaka to ask any questions, he continued to narrate the story. I've told you before that when the Holy Grail chose its master, it didn't just rely on the magician's strong desire. It also looked at the strength and suitability of the master's subconscious needs, as well as some luck. In the Fourth Holy Grail War, Yen Fengqi, who didn't know what he wanted, became a chosen one under the influence of this rule. At that time, the manager of the Fuyuki City Church and the supervisor of the Holy Grail War was Yen Fengqi from the 8th Secret Society. Just as you thought, he was Yen Fengqi's father and had a very good relationship with your father, Shurchen. After knowing that Yen Fengqi was chosen as the master, he asked the church for permission. After getting the church's permission, he and your father reached an agreement regarding the ownership of the Holy Grail. The ownership of the Holy Grail. Rin Enbin's eyes sparkled. Yenfeng Kiri will do his best to help Toshimi win the Holy Grail War and help him fulfill the Enban family's long-cherished wish. Sei Ito smiled faintly. I have to say, the Enban family's relationship with the church is very good. I can't believe you can do something like this. However, the church also thought that instead of giving the Holy Grail to those dangerous heretics who want to use the power of the Holy Grail to fulfill uncertain wishes, it's safer to give the Holy Grail to Toshimi, who wants to go to the outer world. After all, for the church, going to the outer world will not have any impact on the inner world. So, Yenfeng Kiri became my father's disciple? Rin Enban asked. However, his tone was full of certainty. Yes. Sei Ito confirmed. His servant at that time was assassin. One of them is a relic that can split itself into 80 independent individuals. It's very suitable for surveillance. And the guy who was covered in gold that I destroyed earlier was your father's servant, Archer, Gilgamesh. My father's servant. How could this be? Servants did not disappear on their own after the death of their master and the end of the Holy Grail War. Returned to the martyr's palace? How could he stay in the modern world for 10 years? Rin Hasaka exclaimed in disbelief. Have you forgotten about the existence of the Holy Grail? Sei Ito asked. You're saying that Yenfeng Qili won the Holy Grail War and used the power of the Holy Grail to keep Archer in the human world? Rin Enban exclaimed. More or less. Sei Ito chuckled. However, he wasn't the victor. It was someone else who borrowed the power of all the evils in the world that overflowed from the Holy Grail. That's why Archer remained in the world. Others? Who? Also, what is all the evils in the world? Rin Hasaka frowned. Saber's master was hired by the Ainz Balin family. His name is Wei Gong Keisai, a magician killer. As for all the evils in the world, it's a concept of all the evils in the human world. It's something that's as black as mud. It's now stored in the Holy Grail, waiting for the Holy Grail to descend upon the world, Sei Ito explained. Wei Gong Keisai. Wei Gong? He and Wei Gong Keisai. Rin Hasaka squinted his eyes and mumbled. Then, he paused and looked sharply at Sei Ito. His father. Sei Ito chuckled. Humph. Rin Hasaka scoffed. You don't think that he killed your father, do you? Sei Ito asked curiously. That's possible. But I know that the Holy Grail War is full of accidents, just like the situation between you and me. So, it's also possible that another master killed my father, Rin Hasaka said rationally. Do you want to know who killed your father? Sei Ito asked softly. You know? Rin Hasaka frowned. At the same time, Sei Ito's words appeared in his mind. It's time to tell you something. Rin Hasaka's heart tightened. If you know who the killer is, what will you do? What are you going to do? Ito Sei asked with interest. Since my father chose to participate in the Holy Grail War, he must have been prepared to die. As his daughter, I respect his decision. But at the same time, as his daughter, I have the right and duty to avenge him. Rin Hasaka clenched his right hand into a fist and said coldly. Of course, if the enemy is too strong, I won't just throw my life away. I'll quietly accumulate strength and wait for the right time to find that person for revenge. A very rational decision. As expected of Rin, Sei Ito praised. Rin Hasaka faintly smiled and looked straight into Sei Ito's eyes. The person who killed your father wasn't someone else, it was your senior, Yenfeng Qili, Sei Ito said softly. What? Rin Hasaka suddenly stood up from the sofa and exclaimed in disbelief. Do you remember at your father's funeral? The Azoth dagger he gave you? He used that dagger to kill your father from behind and then obtained Archer's contract. Sei Ito continued to speculate, ignoring Rin Hasaka's emotions. How do you know all this? After a moment of silence, Rin Hasaka asked in a deep voice. Even though she had some doubts about Sei Ito's words, from her own speculations, she faintly believed it. Otherwise, as a father, why would Archer stay in this world for 10 years? Even though there were many other reasons, of course I have my ways, Saito smiled. Then he changed the topic and said, Rin, do you want to go ask him yourself? Late at night, Fuyuki Church. Accompanied by a muffled bang, the tightly shut church door was violently pushed open. Under the bright moonlight, Rin Hosoka, who was wearing a red blouse, a black pleated skirt, and black knee-length stockings, rushed into the church, panting heavily. Yenfeng Chili, come out! Rin Hosoka yelled. Yenfeng Chili, come out! Yenfeng Chili. Isn't this Rin? You wouldn't come over no matter how much I called you. Why are you here now? Especially at a time like this. After a few yells, light footsteps were heard, and a magnetic and gentle voice sounded in the church. Yenfeng Chili. Rin Hosoka turned around and glared at the person as she spat out each word. Rin, you seem to have misunderstood me, Yenfeng Chili said with a frown. Misunderstood? I hope it's a misunderstanding, Rin Hosoka sneered. Yenfeng Chili, let me ask you, how did my father die? Didn't I already tell you? Yenfeng Chili's eyes flashed as he said calmly. I want to confirm it again, Rin Hosoka said. He was ambushed by an opponent in the last Holy Grail War, Yenfeng Chili replied. By who? How did they ambush him? Rin Hosoka asked. That, I don't know. When I arrived at the scene, your father was already dead, Yenfeng Chili replied. Then what's with the archer? Rin Hosoka sneered and asked again. What archer? Yenfeng Chili played dumb. My father's servant, the archer. I saw it. So my senior, can you tell me why? Rin Hosoka asked. You said it was the archer. Someone probably summoned it, Yenfeng Chili said. Then let me ask you, can 2 archers be summoned in one Holy Grail War? Rin Hosoka sneered. No, Yenfeng Chili's eyes flashed as he replied. He knew that the servant Rin Hosoka summoned in this Holy Grail War was the archer, so he knew what Rin Hosoka meant. Then I'm curious. Why did another archer appear after I summoned one? Rin Hosoka's eyes turned cold as he looked at Yenfeng Chili. Yenfeng Chili looked back at Rin Hosoka without saying anything. Yenfeng, did you kill my father? Rin Hosoka suddenly asked after staring at Yenfeng Chili for a while. Yes. The corners of Yenfeng Chili's mouth curled up slightly, revealing an inexplicable smile as he replied softly. Why? Why did you kill him? Didn't you promise me that you would protect him well? Hearing Yenfeng Chili's admission, Rin Enben's hands clenched into fists as his body trembled violently. Because of pleasure. Looking at the other person's expression of pain, betrayal, and pain brought about by all sorts of things, that feeling was unparalleled. It was unbearable. Unfortunately, that feeling was too short. So, in order to experience that unparalleled pleasure again, I had to create it myself, Yenfeng Chili said with an intoxicated expression. So you killed my father? Rin Hosoka said loudly. Yes, I used the short sword he gave me. The expression on his face left a deep impression. Every time I think about it, I can't help but tremble, Yenfeng Chili smiled. Chapter 1862. Bastard. Rin Enben roared and threw a punch at Yenfeng Chili. Yenfeng Chili grabbed Rin Enben's wrist with one hand and twisted it. He forcefully flipped Rin Enben's body over and slapped her on the back. Pah! With a crisp thud, Rin Enben fell heavily to the ground. I taught you how to punch. Rin, you're still far from being able to beat me, Yenfeng Chili said with a cheerful smile. Rin Enben clenched her teeth and flipped around on the ground. She bent her leg and kicked Yenfeng Chili's leg. Yenfeng Chili jumped back and dodged. Rin Enben spun her body and immediately stood up from the ground. She held 4 sparkling gems between her fingers and threw them at Yenfeng Chili. 4 red lights flew in front of Yenfeng and Chili in an instant. Yenfeng and Chili dodged to the side. Boom! In the next moment, a reddish-yellow flame appeared in the church with a huge explosion. It lit up the church. Seizing this opportunity, Sakura Tasaka turned around and quickly ran out of the church. She knew that she couldn't beat Yen Fengili, who was the agent of the burial mechanism. Rin, the test isn't over yet, Yen Fengili said as he walked out of the fire. After saying that, his figure flashed, and he quickly caught up with Rin Tasaka, who was running away in front of him. He swung his leg and kicked out. Bang! Rin Enben, who was hit by the attack, was sent flying. He only stopped when he hit the wall of the church and slid down the wall to the ground. Cough, 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 cough. Rin Enben held her stomach and coughed violently with a painful expression. Originally, I wanted to wait for some time before telling you the truth. Then, I'll enjoy the beautiful expression of hatred and distortion on your face. But since you've already discovered it, I can only harvest the fruit that I planted 10 years ago in advance. Yen Fengili said calmly as he walked towards Rin Tadaro, who was struggling to get up from the ground with the help of the wall. But I'm a little puzzled. How do you know all this? Besides me and Archer, no one else should know about this. Rin, can you tell me? The corners of Rin Enben's mouth twitched, and a look of disdain appeared on his face as he opened his mouth to say something. But before she could say anything, a man's voice suddenly rang in the quiet church. If you don't want people to know, don't do it in the first place. Yen Fengili stopped and turned to look in the direction of the voice. It's you. Saito. Yen Fengili's face darkened slightly. He said in a low voice, Yes, since you appeared, you have been very mysterious. What you have done is also confusing, but you seem to know everything. Therefore, only you might know the truth behind Toshimi's death. Saito, who had walked into the room through the open door of the church, smiled and said nothing. I admit you once again exceeded my expectations. Even Archer died in your hands. It seems that no one can stop you from becoming the winner of this Holy Grail war. I'm curious, what is the wish of someone like you? Yen Fengili asked. Can I say that I don't have a wish at all? Saito shrugged and smiled bitterly. Of course, the Holy Grail war is not without benefits for me. But as for what benefits, forgive me for not being able to tell you. Saito then changed the topic. Yen Fengili was silent. After a moment of silence, Saito looked at Yen Fengili and said in a low voice, Yen Feng, let's fight. Maybe this will give you a chance to live. Yen Fengili didn't say anything. He silently got into a stance of Bajiquan, and a strong sense of oppression emanated from his body. Bajiquan. As the old saying goes, Taiji brings peace to the world. It's rare to meet an expert like you who uses Bajiquan, so I'll use Taiji to fight with you. Saito's feet were slightly separated to shoulder width, and his hands moved gently as he spoke softly. Seeing this, Yen Fengili's eyes narrowed, and then he quickly rushed towards Saito. Leg sweep. Yen Fengili rushed towards Saito and lowered his body. He swept his leg towards Saito's lower body. Saito gently jumped back and nimbly dodged. Then, Yen Fengili lifted his body and swung his arm towards Saito's head. Saito blocked with one hand, and with a bang, his hand collided with Yen Fengili's arm. Then, he turned his wrist and grabbed Yen Fengili's arm. He forcefully pressed Yen Fengili's body down, and with a push of his hand, he sent Yen Fengili flying. Yen Fengili, who was sent flying, staggered and landed on the ground. He looked at Saito with a serious expression. Saito didn't move. He was still practicing his gentle taiji, and he raised his eyebrows provocatively at Yen Fengili. Yen Fengili didn't move. After 4 or 5 seconds, he finally couldn't suppress his desire and attacked Saito again. He punched straight at Saito's face. Saito moved his body slightly to avoid Yen Fengili's fist. At the same time, He raised his left hand and pressed it against Yen Fengqi Li's arm. He twisted his body and avoided Yen Fengqi Li's other fist that was going for his waist. Saito used his shoulder to hit Yen Fengqi Li's shoulder. Bang! Once again, Yen Fengqi Li was sent flying. 2 moves. Saito said indifferently. He didn't chase after Yen Fengqi Li. Yen Fengqi Li, who had regained his balance, frowned. He moved his shoulder that was tingling from time to time and remained silent. Then, he got into a fighting stance and confronted Saito again. He seemed to have made up his mind and didn't take the initiative to attack. A Baji who doesn't take the initiative to attack. Ha, Saito sneered. After saying that, he rushed in front of Yen Fengqi Li and punched him in the chest. Although Tai Chi was known as a soft and gentle fist technique by the outside world, all orthodox martial artists knew that Tai Chi was the fiercest fist technique in the world. Even in terms of the degree of injury, the explosive Tai Chi blast fist was not much weaker than Baji. Yen Fengqi Li dodged and then bent his elbow. He hit Ito-sei's chest with the elbow of the 6 extremities of Bajiquan. Ito-sei opened his left hand and blocked Yen Fengqi Li's elbow. He retracted his arm along with the force of the elbow and moved out of the way. Then, Yen Fengqi Li moved his elbow to the side. At the same time, he stepped forward and got close to Saito's leg in an attempt to break his center. Then, he threw a short punch at Saito's chest again. Saito stepped back and regained his balance. At the same time, he used Yen Fengqi Li's right foot as a fulcrum to turn his body. As he dodged the attack, he used his shoulder to hit Yen Fengqi Li's shoulder again, like a roly-poly toy. Bang! Yen Fengqi Li couldn't stand properly and staggered to the side. After regaining his balance, Saito stepped forward and grabbed Yen Fengqi Li's shoulder. His 5 fingers were like claws as he pulled down Yen Fengqi Li's arm and landed on Yen Fengqi Li's wrist. He pulled back and Yen Fengqi Li's body fell uncontrollably toward Saito again. Yen Fengqi Li, who had rich combat experience, was straightforward. He tilted his center of gravity and used his shoulder to hit Saito. Saito retracted his hand and turned to the side. He clenched his hands into fists and swung them toward Yen Fengqi Li's head like a sledgehammer. Phew, bang! In an instant, Yen Fengqi Li felt dizzy, and his vision turned black. Then, Saito continued to move toward the swaying Yen Fengqi Li. He opened his arms and hugged Yen Fengqi Li's head from both sides. Then, he got up from the ground and used the movement of his ankles, legs, waist, and arms to twist around and hit Yen Fengqi Li's head hard. In an instant there was a cracking sound. Yen Fengqi Li's body rolled and fell to the ground. Bang! Saito stepped back and looked down at Yen Fengqi Li. Yen Fengqi Li's eyes were wide open and his mouth and nose were wide open. His neck was twisted to one side in a way that defied human bone mechanics. He was lying on the ground and his life force was quickly draining away. It was obvious that Yen Fengqi Li's neck had been broken into several pieces by that Tai Chi move. He had lost all hope of survival. Even though Yen Fengqi Li was an emissary whose heart had been replaced by the black mud, he was still a normal human in terms of overall structure, even though he was not as strong as an ordinary person and had lost a vital point like his heart. Therefore, it would be strange if he did not die after his neck, which was a vital point that connected the upper and lower parts of his body, was dealt with so severely. Because that would mean that he was no longer a human, but a death apostle who had already become a corpse. If you don't want to vent your anger, then use that short sword of yours to hit him again. Ito-sei gently exhaled a mouthful of turbid air and turned his head to look at Rin Hasaka, who was not far away. No need. He's already dead. What's the point of taking revenge? Rin Enbin said stubbornly. All right, as you wish. Saito shrugged and took out several gems. He threw them at Yen Feng Qi Li's body. Boom! In an instant, a blazing flame burst out and engulfed Yen Feng and Qi Li on the ground in the blink of an eye, burning fiercely. In an instant, a blazing flame burst out and engulfed Yen Feng and Qi Li on the ground in the blink of an eye, burning fiercely. All right, as you wish. Saito shrugged and took out several gems. He threw them at Yen Feng Qi Li's body. Boom! You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.